Really should upgrade to XP Pro.
G'day, mates. Alright, now I can hear. Scan on, cobbers. We're all Australian today. That's what's going on. Hey, how's it been? How you all been? It's been Thursday since I streamed, and now it's Tuesday. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Cringe. The 32X cable hoarder. I'll have you know, I only received one of those 3 cables. Okay. Someone else is the 32X cable hoarder, not me. Okay. When you reverse engineer Burnout 3, would you like to reverse engineer Burnout Revenge as well? My guess is that doing one will probably kind of cascade to the rest. I haven't actually played Revenge yet. I know it makes me a bad Burnout fan. I've played a little bit of 1, a lot of 2, a lot of 3, and a little bit of Paradise, but I haven't, anything else I haven't played yet. I know that Revenge is supposed to be like the best one. So the answer is a soft yes. It's a, I'll start with 3, and I think that knowledge will transfer pretty well to Revenge and 2 at least, which I care about 2. I probably care about Revenge as well if I ever played it. Beyond that, I don't know how much I care. I mean, I'll let the community handle the rest. 3 is on the first place, Revenge is in second place. Interesting, because someone else said the opposite. But I guess that's the thing. They're both equally, well, they're both good, so it's probably down to just personal preference then. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Currently, I'm kind of juggling, I want to say, if I want to be honest about it, I'm kind of juggling 6 projects at the moment. There's some that are like, that are very background, that kind of like, there'll be something that I do in like January. But I am like preparing for them. Other things that I'm doing are, there's a video I'm working on right now as we speak. It's in the editing phase. Well, but I mean, there is no editing phase of my videos. It's all editing. Like the whole, when the video starts, it's being edited, you know, because I'll usually just record. I might write a script and then record it, but then the rest is all, and that might take like 2 days, and then but the rest of it is all in editing, and all the like rewriting bits or putting the video to the voiceover and stuff like that. That's all in editing. So I want to say like the video hasn't really started until it's in the edit, and then it kind of just evolves from there. It's a very iterative process. So I'm working on a video. Working on some code projects that I don't want to spoil yet. I'm working on some code projects on stream, like the Burnout stuff. I'm working on some other video stuff that I cannot start yet, but I'm preparing for. And yeah, I mean, I also. I do bits and pieces on the Lego Island decomp, but I have to be honest with you. That team is doing a phenomenal job, largely without me at the moment. I've been so preoccupied with the other stuff that I'm doing. But I mean, they're doing a great job. You know, every time, like I stay tuned to the Matrix room we have going, which is, you know, just a instant messaging. And every day there's progress. Every day there's new code being merged in. So I think it's really good. I feel like I'm sure I'll be contributing more, you know, once I get through some of the current stuff. You essentially get in the way. Sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes I contribute. 2 days ago, were you trying to get me on a technicality that it's not every day? Like, come on, check the pull request. There's almost certainly been a pull request today or yesterday. But anyway, my point is that I feel like I'm kind of the because I'm bad at focusing on a single project for like sorry, I you guys troll me so much sometimes I'm not even sure if it's a troll or if you're trying to say it's a good thing. No, but thank you. I'm glad. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's doing really well. Yeah, I'm bad at. Even though I'm juggling a bunch of projects at a time, I'm also really bad at like for like big stuff. I'm really bad at like doing one thing long term. My brain likes to switch up a lot, and so I feel like the analogy I've come to is I think I'm kind of the DJ Khaled of the Lego Island decomp, right? In the sense that I'm not necessarily like the biggest contributor. I'm not the most talented guy on the team. I'm not the most skilled person on the team. I don't do much at all apart from shout DJ Khaled at the beginning. But what I can do is I can get the people together to actually make the song. So I don't do much of the actual song making. I can get the people together that will do it though. And so I've realized that has kind of been my role. I mean, I contributed a lot early on, because I did the most of the original Isle, and like start some of the branching into the Lego one and stuff like that. But like over the last month or two, yeah, I've been kind of preoccupied on other stuff, like a pimp. Sure, yes. Yeah, so yeah, so it's been busy. That's why the streams have been a little bit less common than usual. Is sometimes I just get lost in the sauce on some on some projects that I'm doing, and it's I think to myself, oh, I really should be streaming today, and then I just keep doing what I'm doing because it's really hard to like. I find this really hard. This might be another like. I don't want to blame anything. This might be another like potential ADHD symptom. If I have ADHD, we still don't know. Still haven't heard back. I'm in the process of getting tested, but once I'm focused on something, it's really hard to like stop. It's really hard to pull away from it. I'll just go until I'm tired and then I'll go to sleep. So that's not to say I don't want to. I found it hard to get on stream today. I specifically was like, okay, I'm good. I've done enough. Let's do a stream today. So I'm happy I'm here. But if I seem a little bit tired, it's probably because yesterday I was doing that. I was working until I got tired and then I went to sleep. So anyway, quick unrelated question: what VM software do you use? This weekend I installed Arch Linux on a VM. It depends a lot on the purpose of the VM and what operating system I'm on. So for older operating systems, well, for years, historically, I used VMware because that had the best like hardware acceleration and the best, I want to say the best like performance. And you could get VMware Player for free. It's not open source, but you can get it for free. But in recent times, that's become a little bit worse for older operating systems. It can still work for Windows 98, but it's not as technology has moved and VMware has cared less about that sort of thing. I'd say it's probably still the best choice if you want a fast Windows 98 VM, but if you want an accurate Windows 98 VM, you probably want PCM, which actually it's slow, but that's because it's actually emulating it in real time. It's not just it's not virtualizing just using your CPU. It's actually emulating it in real time and trying to recreate the timing. So because a lot of the problem you have with those old operating systems is that when your CPU runs too fast, it actually causes problems in the operating system. Because those OSs weren't designed for fast speeds, so they have bugs in them that appear if they go too fast. A lot like the Lego Island turn speed bug. And so, hang on, let me close these blinds. I feel a little bit overexposed. As in, it's too bright. So PCM is good from that perspective, that it tries to recreate the timing, and it's the first time I ever used a VM that actually felt like what computers felt like to me back then. But it's not fast. If you want something fast, VMware is probably still the best solution. Though, if you're on a Linux host, KVM is good. I use KVM a lot now that's theoretically that might be even lower level than VMware. And I use that for running like modern versions of Windows or modern versions of Mac OS. So it's kind of like, I guess my scale for me is like PCM on the really old stuff, VMware kind of in the middle, and then KVM for the newest stuff. And VMware I feel like is getting narrower and narrower. I'm putting more stuff on KVM and more stuff on PCM. Anyway, I hope that answers your question. If I was on a Windows host, I would maybe use Hyper-V instead of KVM, but yeah, again, that depends a lot on your setup. Matt exposed, not me. VMware fell off hard because of Broadcom's buyout. Really, I haven't heard about that, but I can believe it does feel like it's fallen off. Like, I remember like just a couple years ago, it was great even for like Windows 95. It worked really well. But more recently, I've just been having more and more problems with it. Like when I did the .NET on Windows 95 thing, I was having a lot of problems with VMware. Like the graphics driver was just glitching all the time, and it would like freeze the whole computer. I never had that problem a couple of years ago. So, yeah. I also only because I have experienced nothing but issues, like mouse and keyboard randomly stopping on the VM. I installed the VM to get a Linux experience, but now considering sticking to Windows. Okay, so you installed Linux in a VM because you wanted to test Linux. Thing is, I haven't been a Windows host user for a while. I want to say try VMware or Hyper-V. I don't know what you're using at the moment. Yeah, QEMU on Linux host, Hyper-V on Windows host. That's for like high performance stuff. That's probably what you want to do. But yeah, I'm not as confident on Windows hosts as I am on Linux hosts now for the last couple of years. KV is something I need to put some time to learning. I've only ever used VMware or VirtualBox. I want to say VMware is probably a more polished user experience than more polished than KVM, but KVM, because it's part of the kernel, I think you can get more out of it. Like, you know, I do GPU pass through, or even other PCI pass through KVM. Currently using VMware. Maybe VMware isn't any good anymore for that sort of thing. I don't use it for that anymore. Try using Hyper-V, but I feel like if you want, or maybe VirtualBox might be good for Linux because it's part of the open source ecosystem. I think to an extent, if you really want to test what an OS is like, your best bet might be to dual boot it. I know that's inconvenient. I hate dual booting, but I also think you get kind of a different. It's kind of different when it's in a VM than when it's your actual OS, but that's debatable. Is it just me, or does QEMU KVM run slower than VMware without GPU pass-through? That's probably true. I think I don't think QEMU really has any good GPU acceleration. It has like passable GPU acceleration. VMware, I think, has the best GPU acceleration, like software implemented GPU acceleration, but it's still not perfect. It's still not as good as a pass-through GPU. So, I mean, you just have to remember that the primary consumers of virtual machines are not us. The people who are funding it are, enormous server racks who rent out these virtual machines to, like, people who want to run websites and stuff, or stuff on servers. So there's not a lot of investment into graphics. It's mostly, command line server stuff. That's where the money is in virtual machines, not gamers and hobbyists like us. So, yeah. Either dual booting, or if it's an option, pick up an old Dell Optiplex or something other dirt cheap secondhand computer, just run it. Yeah, that's true, for sure. What is difficult? Porting a PC game to consoles, or porting a console game to PC? Oh, hang on.
We should come up with a product that does invest into gamer and hobbyist ready VMs tier 100.
I've thought about it, like, what would it take to... I mean, there are some technologies that kind of could be leveraged for that. Like, I've talked about this before. There's this technology called VirGL, or Virgil. Every time I say that, everyone thinks I'm saying Virgin, but I'm not. VirGL, which is... lets you kind of use the
I
OpenGL.
would be down with working on that tier 100.
Maybe. Yeah, where if you have a Linux host, the guest OS can kind of pass commands directly to your host GPU without having to, like, have some software emulator in between, or software interpreter in between. That I feel like is a workable solution, and the gaming performance in that is not bad. The only problem is that currently it only works for OpenGL, and most Windows stuff is DirectX, so you need something like WineD3D or DXVK in between to, like, convert it. But I mean, you could do it.
Tier 100, I feel like a direct pass-through of Falcon could actually work well.
There is something along those lines, like an equivalent of VirGL, but for Vulkan, called Venus. But I've said before, I looked into it, and as far as I can tell, it's, like, not done. Like, to get it right now, you have to compile a branch of, like, of Mesa. You have to compile a branch of what is it? Of like the VirGL stuff. You have to compile a separate branch of QEMU. You have to do all this manual stuff. And I've never found, when I would find instructions, they would be like a year or two old, and like some of the branches would have changed names, and I was just like, I don't know, I can't be bothered to do this. But so I think it's quite possible. Yeah, I think if someone wanted to go to the effort of, like, the technologies probably all exist, you just have to kind of leverage them, and they could probably work reasonably well. I guess it's probably just a lot of work to even just to glue them together. It probably is a lot of work still, but yeah. So that's my. I think it's probably possible, though. Hang on, I'm just getting my Discord notification out, because I haven't done so yet. Yeah. I've read a project where someone, it's a fork of QEMU, where you can run, like, a 9X OS in QEMU, and it'll somehow pass that through WineD3D and then run OpenGL stuff on your host. I just skimmed over that. It was a GitHub repository I found. I have no idea. I didn't try it, or I didn't see it in action. But I mean, so yeah, there's, like, stuff stuff that we could use, I think, if we wanted to do something like that. Doesn't WSL2 support OpenGL, Vulkan, and GUI on Windows? It does. In my experience, the OpenGL stuff still didn't work great because there are differences between the way that like Linux OpenGL and WGL work. That's one of the big problems of OpenGL is that it can be very implementation specific. I think that's the word for it. So, oh, I still haven't sent it out. It can be very implementation specific. So I feel like in my very brief testing, I found that the OpenGL did on my end the OpenGL like crashed and shit. But maybe that wouldn't happen on like lighter stuff. Vulkan might be fine. I didn't try anything on Vulkan. And I also found that there would be these really little UI inconveniences, like you wouldn't be able to just like drag a file from Windows onto a Linux app. And again, this was years ago, so maybe this is better now. But like it wouldn't fit as well as I would have liked. And I get that, there's probably a lot of technical limitations to that, but yeah, that's just kind of what I found. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier, what is more difficult, porting a PC game to consoles or porting a console game to PC? I think porting a console game to PC is easier, almost always, because PC is just very widely understood. And also, assuming your hardware is emulated, you can kind of utilize that emulation code to get the game to run. I know that's how the very, very first PC ports of Super Mario 64, they used code from like, Project 64, or like the graphics plugins that they used to convert the, N64 graphics cores to OpenGL. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
I tried WSLG maybe a year ago, and it was pretty buggy. Half of the software didn't work and there were so many glitches. Cheer 100, I'd rather just start a Windows-based X server and just pass the software to it, and that works beautifully in comparison.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think there's just, for OpenGL stuff at least, I think there's just a lot of differences that you need to like wallpaper over that I guess they haven't yet. But yeah. Happy to be here. There's now a hole in my chemo port, so I need to stay at home at all times. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad you're here too. Welcome in. Hey. Might try and dual boot rather than use VM. This will probably fix the keyboard and mouse becoming unresponsive when copying and pasting. I'm a programmer. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd recommend that if you want to, especially just if you want to get a real feel for an OS and how it would feel natively. I think just try running it natively if you can. Didn't Windows have an official Linux build a couple of years ago as it wasn't based on Windows? I haven't heard about that. I know that in the 90s, Apple had before OS 10, they had something called AUX, which was like a Unix Mac OS, before it became, Unix. Yo, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub, Gorm to Clarence Off. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the sub. Hell yeah. The tier 1. Yeah. 1,000 subs. That's true. Someone said, when are you going to do a naked stream? Naked stream at 1,000 subs. Based. Oh god. I just created a NAS with my brother's old ThinkPad T430. I'm really happy with it. Hell yeah. I love NASs. I feel like if you have more than one device in a home, like if you have a desktop computer and a laptop computer, having a NAS is just those.
My systems programming final.
Yo. Hey, congratulations, and thanks for the tier 1 sub. Coffee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. And Casadonna, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Zangafan. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the subs. And yeah, congratulations on passing the final. Hell yeah. That's true. It's in I don't know if this is just America or maybe it's the Northern Hemisphere in general. There's finals and shit. Yeah. So good luck if you're having to go through any of that. Good luck or best of luck. There's some fun dolphin drama going on. This guy is your one porting NT4 to the Wii. No way. I love open source drama. Hang on, let's get my desktop up so we can actually read this on stream. On stream. Where can I sign up for the funny email domain? Type in !mail and you'll get a link. I've heard of the 360 NAND, which basically a 128 megabyte RAM, 1.6 Xbox mod, but with NAND, very funky. Huh. I have to say I have no idea how that works. Like, how do you I've heard that people with original Xboxes, they'll put like RAM chips, they'll like stack them on top of each other, and somehow that gives them more RAM. I don't know how that's possible, but yeah, whatever. I'm not that deep into hardware knowledge, not yet at least. So we agree on the NAS thing. I snatched a used one for less than 100 euros, and now I have more than 4 terabytes to my disposal for backups and stuff, plus the flex. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's just really, really convenient. Like, having a central place between all your, between all your devices where you can just have access to all your files. It's just so nice. Even for little stuff like, games and movies that you obviously acquired legally. It's nice to just, you don't have to worry, you don't have to plug a hard drive or a flash drive into one computer and then plug it into another. It's just all, it's around you. It's the air you breathe. Yeah. Yo, Casadonna, thanks so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Rustic Lights. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Josh Davison's video is so cool. Basically, the DOS dude one of Xbox 360 modding. Interesting. I may have to even watch. Any news on a possible soft mod? I have not even attempted. It was really, we had a. If anyone's wondering what he's talking about, no, I have no lead on a soft mod. I was simply what would you call it? I guess spitballing. Like, I was just it was a thought experiment. Like, what might be possible to get a soft mod on the 360? Because, like, surely there must be some kind of bug somewhere in that thing. And I briefly considered what options there might be, but I'm no expert. I don't really have any idea what I'm talking about, and so it's something that I'd be interested in investing some time into one day, but I have absolutely no information or any. I can't promise anything at all. Yeah. Remote code execution via SMB is balked. Oh, I did. Actually, did I ever mention that? I did try that. So, there was a couple years back, there was a big SMB version 1 bug that basically let you, remote execute code remotely on a remote computer by going through SMB version 1, which is like the Windows's default file sharing protocol, and it does other stuff as well, like printer sharing and stuff like that. And that's why version 1 is disabled on modern computers, most modern versions of Windows and even other operating systems as well, because because it's got some fundamental flaw in it, and that's what allowed WannaCry to propagate, was through this exploit. And we considered, one of the things we considered was, could you possibly use that to run an exploit on the 360? As far as I can tell, the answer is no, because in my testing, and I'm no expert on this, keep in mind, I didn't write WannaCry, but in my testing, I found that So when I tried to run the exploit on Windows XP, I found that you kind of had to, the XP computer kind of had to be opened up a little bit network-wise. Like you'd have to share a folder. And if you shared a folder, then you could run the exploit. But if you didn't share a folder, then basically I guess maybe the port wasn't open or there was no socket to connect to. And I found that trying to do the same thing on the 360, there was no like socket or anything. It would just be like connection refused or something like that if I tried to run the exploit. And I don't know if there's any way, my guess is there isn't. I don't know if there's any way to open that up to enable that somehow on the 360. My guess is no. Because it's probably a security hole in other ways as well. But yeah, so it's something that I've explored and probably might be worth exploring a little bit more than I did. I probably only spent about half an hour on it. Yeah, but I feel like there's gotta be something. No code is perfect. There's gotta be. I know that the prize is to break the hypervisor, and it's tough because the hypervisor is kind of like a virtual machine. Like if you think about, you're writing if you think about you're running, let's say you're running Windows XP in VMware, and you're trying to run something inside Windows XP that can break out of VMware and like access your host computer. That's a tough proposition, right? But I feel like there's got to be something. Yeah, that's the thing about IE is that there's we know that there are security flaws in Internet Explorer. We know that if you go to like a list of CVE exploits, you know that there are Internet Explorer exploits. It's just that exploiting the browser is one thing, but actually getting kernel access through the hypervisor is a whole other thing. VM escapes do exist, so maybe, yeah, they absolutely exist. It's just, we're not talking about that's the level of difficulty we're talking about, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not just some process on the system that you just need to like disable or something like that. It's actually the whole thing, yeah. But like I said, I was trying to play an old Windows 3.1 game recently, and I was setting up in DOSBox, which is, a fairly normal thing to do. And somehow, I don't know how this, I was surprised that this was possible, that this even happened. But trying to run this game, it uses you have to install Windows 3.1, and it uses this old version of QuickTime because it has some FMVs in it. Trying to launch the game would crash DOSBox. And I was like, I was amazed that it would actually, if it crashed Windows and then it like sent me back to DOS, I'd be like, okay, well, this shit was old and buggy, I guess I kind of get it. But the fact that it crashed DOSBox, I was kind of like, is that an exploit? Could you actually do something with like whatever it's doing on DOSBox? Could you actually use that to do some arbitrary code? I don't know. But yeah. So anyway, the point is that for sure, hypervisors and virtual machines, they can be broken, but it'll be difficult. Hypervisor more like a watchdog than VM. If a program does something it's not supposed to, the dog is triggered and it attacks. Interesting. I thought it was kind of like a whole layer between the software has no like direct access to the hardware or anything like that, and there was this whole, the hypervisor was essentially the protective layer between them. But again, I should again, I'm not ridiculously knowledgeable on the 360. It was all of this was just a thought experiment. Sort of, yes, but it's also a watchdog. Gotcha. Here's what I think. Okay. If Apple, one of the biggest companies in the world with some of the most money in the world, if the iPhone is still getting jailbroken to this day, there must be a way to break the Xbox 360 hypervisor. That's what I think. All right? I don't know what it is, but there's gotta be a way.
So,
Yo, indeed. LOL XD or IOI XD. Thank you so much for the 10 months. That's almost the whole year. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Welcome back to being a subscriber. Hell yeah. I really need to fix that not fix. I really need to replace that sub badge with something a little bit more exciting. Like the default Twitch star is like, eh.
Tier 100 actually a hypervisor is not an attack dog. All it does is simulate operations that have privileged like I/O or something that would cause a privileged interrupt or an exception. It is slow, takes care of routing interrupts back to the guest.
Sure. My guess is maybe the 360 hypervisor, or maybe what he meant was that it's like, the 360 hypervisor has some extra stuff in it, like it's more secure because, you know, it's more secure than the average hypervisor. But again, I don't know. I'm no expert on this. Yeah. Is a hypervisor in the same way Hyper-V is? I've heard, at least on like the Xbox One, that it uses the same, like, the same kind of technology, but I don't, I don't know. Ivan Jailbreaking is kind of dead as far as I know, though I get what you mean. I have heard the opposite. I've heard that like it may not be as widespread as it used to be, but I've heard that like they're still finding stuff, like, yeah. They're finding stuff in the hardware and the software. Even the JTAG mod doesn't exploit the hypervisor itself. I don't know anything about the JTAG mod either. Again, I'm speaking on very, very little 360 knowledge here. The PS3 hypervisor annoying even on CFW. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know how they managed to break the PS3 hypervisor. It's interesting. What happens when my Twitch sub expires? Nothing happens when your Twitch sub expires.
There are certain conditions that will cause a so-called MXIT, a privileged I/O, a second level page fault, an exception, CPU ID or MSRXS, Tier 100.
Gotcha. I'm sure they probably protected against that. They probably knew that, like, because that's the thing. They're always, they would be aware of like, I'm sure they'd be aware of the ways that you could escape the common ways you could escape a VM. Yeah. The PS3 hypervisor was broken because someone at Sony made private encryption keys public, so we found them. Interesting. I have heard that that's like, that's one of the most likely ways that the 360 is it could get a soft mod, is if just the keys got leaked, so you could just sign your own code. Because like that's the thing, right? You can't flash the firmware because if the signature doesn't line up, then the CPU won't run the firmware unless you use the reset glitch hack, and then it will accept the badly signed firmware. But if you just had the key, you could just sign your own firmware. So yeah, I guess yeah, I can see how that would work. It wasn't leaked, actually. They essentially wrote bad code. Was it like the have you guys been hearing about the Terra leak recently, the iOS stuff, where Apple inadvertently, they accidentally made a bunch of pre-release iOS apps public, and then they got mirrored on the Wayback Machine, and then after years and years they got discovered, like, oh shit, all these are on the Wayback Machine. Is it kind of like that, where it's not a leak, it's just kind of they by accident made it public? Oh, okay, there's a video. I won't watch that now, but yeah, maybe I'll watch that later on. An exploit was found in like a Sony server or something. If an SMP1 exploit could be used to further simplify the existing 360 hard mods, for lack of better terms. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's anything that would really need to be made easier. I mean, if with a modded 360, you could probably open up that SMB stuff I was talking about, but I'm not sure what you would do with that. Like what you would improve. There's a bug in 3.55. There's a. I feel like if there's a key in the firmware, well, so is that what you're saying? There was a key in the firmware that people found.
If you wanted to escape a hypervisor, you'd either need to make it mishandled or perhaps exploit an actual hardware bug. Cheer 100.
Yeah, I've read about the original Xbox that like some of even the software, even like just the software-based hacks, some of those exploit like facts about or just behaviors in the Intel CPU, in the x86 CPU. Like, for instance, I'd love to be able to summarize it, but I don't think I can. I think I just have to read it. Bug plus exploit equals keys found. But was the key in the firmware, or was the key somewhere else and the bug exposed the key like on a server or something? Or was the key in the hardware? I guess if the key... I guess I can see that. If the key was like in the hardware somewhere. Anyway, what I was gonna read was the... Oh, the base key is in the cell. Interesting. Would that be similar on the 360? Would there be a key somewhere in the CPU, in the because I know that the CPU is custom. I have an error when I go to legoisland.org. Oh, you're right. Is that because you... Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll have to fix that at some point. So I did replace the SSL certificate on there recently. If you want to not have that, just remove the www. I guess the cert I got doesn't apply to subdomains. My bad. I have to get another one that does. Hey Matt, long time to see. Hey, welcome to the stream, Mikey20031. Don't worry, I am working on a video. Not as we speak, but I have been working, I've been spending a lot of time on getting a new video out as, hopefully before the end of the year. It might end up being early next year because it's a big one. Like there's a lot of stuff to talk about in this video, but yeah. Link is not right on the main site. Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to go to www. I'm saying that that's what the issue is, and if you don't want to have it, remove the www. That's all. I'm not saying it's a good thing that it doesn't work on www. I'm just saying that that's what the issue is right now. Next year's already days away. It's a week and a half, right? There's a chance it'll be done in a week and a half, but it's more likely it'll take longer than that. Anyway, interesting. Yeah, I love I love talking about the whole 360 ideas but while having no idea what I'm talking about. I love thinking like, wow, that would be super interesting, but like without having any idea of like whether it's actually possible or not. Yeah. Christmas just a week away. It's this weekend if you want to get technical. I know it's Monday, but it's effectively this weekend, right? the best way to get new ideas? I hope so. Yeah, it's just super interesting. It's all interesting. Do you know why my system is unstable? Is it because I'm using arch testing? I mean, it could be, but I mean, unstable could be for a lot of reasons. It's like it used to annoy me when someone from like this usually happened like when I was still at school, and a friend would be like, "Hey, this thing isn't working," and I'm like, "Okay, what is it doing?" Because like I can't work with like it's not working or it's broken. Like that doesn't mean anything to me. But yeah, so I don't know why your system is unstable. Depends. It's depends on a lot of things. You know, it'd be stupid and interesting getting a non-HDMI X360 and adding HDMI on it. Is that? I wonder how tough that would be. I mean, there must be a lot of the circuitry must be there for it, just because there were 360 versions. Like, I don't assume it's a completely new graphics card between the like. That just feels like it would have been a waste of money for them to have to manufacture two different kinds of graphics cards, one for and one not for the 360. This took me a while to write. Yikes. Nope. The first, well, yes, the issue is I don't know what the nope is in response to. Nope, the first bootloader is stored in the CPU, and what it does is basically it checks the next bootloader, there's 4 of them, is signed and starts it up. Second and third do some other minor stuff, but they check if the next bootloader is signed. And the fourth one loads the base hypervisor kernel, then the two patch slots that load the updated kernel. Is that I thought I essentially said, well, I didn't know there were 4 bootloaders, but I thought I essentially said that like the CPU checks the I might have oversimplified it by saying like the CPU checks the signature of the firmware, but isn't that basically what you said? Like, yeah. Yeah, Plasma 6 is happening. I've seen screenshots and it looks about the same, but I'm sure, I think, I hear that like the main thing is upgrading it to QT6 and it'll have like Wayland support and stuff like that. Which is probably not something I'm going to use, but sure, why not? Basically, a similar bootloader is loaded via ISO loader, and then MetaLoader, the kernel user space. Gotcha. Can't use Wayland. I got NVIDIA GPU. I hear it's getting better, but yeah, I know what you mean. I have an AMD GPU now, and I still don't use Wayland, so Wayland certainly seems like the way forward. I'm sure it is. I don't deny that there are issues with X11, but I mean, I'm at a point where I just need my stuff to work, and like more stuff works on X11 than does on Wayland. So, you know, I can, like, most stuff does work on Wayland, but like there's a few things that don't. So I'm gonna have to switch back to X11 anyway. So at that point, I may as well just use X11 all the time. And I don't really have the issues that other people, like there are some notable issues with X11, which is like, you know, you can't have multiple monitors with different refresh rates. I know that's an issue, but that's not an issue for me because my monitors have the same refresh rate. I've heard there's like issues. There can be issues with like screen tearing, but I haven't really run into that recently. Yeah, but I mean, I don't have anything against Wayland in theory. I'll keep like trying back and forth. You know, if I feel like I can use it and not have any trouble, then sure. Just right now, it's kind of like so I had this issue years ago when I was trying to switch to Linux in the first place. Was that I was primarily a Windows user, and I would switch to Linux, right? But Then when it came time to make a video, well, my editing software was on Windows, and it takes 2 or 3 weeks to make a video. So I would jump from, so I would be maining Linux, but then I would be booting into Windows for like 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's like, at that point, you're not really maining Linux anymore. You're maining Windows, and then every now and then you go into Linux, And so I was just kind of like, well, I may as well just stick with Windows. So that's kind of that's my current issue with Wayland. But like, if it, as soon as that's not the case, I'd be happy. I don't have any issue with using it. If you're curious about 360 stuff, then check this out. Xenon Library has a lot of stuff on hardware errors and other cool stuff. Interesting. Yeah, that's hell yeah. So it's a wiki. Cool. Okay. Yeah, why not? I'll interesting. I keep getting distracted. I'm like, oh, that's good. That's interesting. Yeah, I might give this a good read. Hey, thanks for the link. I'll give this a read, and one day, maybe when I work through some of my current projects, one day maybe I'll see if there's there's literally anything I could contribute to the 360 modding scene. Yeah. I do see Wayland and X Wayland because I'm on Gen 2 and can use anything. Sure, yeah. I think X Wayland, a lot of stuff does work fine in X Wayland, but there's still stuff I found that didn't, and so yeah, I just never. I mean, like I said, I'll periodically keep trying it. What's the difference between Wayland and Xorg and stuff like GNOME or KDE? I keep getting confused. Welcome to the world of Linux. So essentially, Linux kind of lets you do whatever you want, which is why it's such a pain for software developers to maintain it, because everyone's computer could be a little bit different. For someone like me, that's great because I can set up my computer exactly how I want it. But for a corporation, then they'd spend. There's like a meme where Linux is going to be like 1% of your user base, but it's going to be like 50% of your bug reports or something like that. Basically, GNOME and KDE are just different shells. That's the Windows term for them. Different, like they're called desktop environments. So you can swap them out if you want your computer to be a little bit more Mac-like. GNOME is a little bit more Mac-like, or if you want it to be a little bit more Windows-like, KDE is a little bit more Windows-like, stuff like that. Or if you want a really light interface, you can use something like XFCE. That's what that is. That's what GNOME and KDE are. X11 and Wayland.
Cheer 100, even though a lot of it is going over my head.
Hey, thanks.
I could listen to you talking about this stuff for hours like this.
Hey, I really appreciate that. That's really, really nice. I'm glad that this isn't just boring as hell, me rambling on. But X11 and Wayland are they're kind of the thing that they're the low level thing that makes they're called. Hang on, they're called is it window managers? Is that the right terminology for them? It kind of handles a lot of the really base UI drawing. Yeah, Windows system. No, it's not Window Manager. That's something else. Again, Windows system. Kind of handles the really base window drawing and graphical drawing. X11 turns out has been around for a really, really long time. I think the X windowing system, it says, came out in 1984. So in theory, we've just been kind of glomming stuff onto 80s technology for the last, since the 80s. And Wayland is kind of it started in 2008, I believe. It's kind of an attempt to make a modern version of that. Windows, or Microsoft was able to make a more modern Windows system, and Apple was able to make a more modern Windows system because because they're one company, they can just do it. You know, they just be like, okay, we're using this now. Whereas in the Linux world, because everyone kind of sets up their system and everyone is kind of doing different things, and you have to communicate with a lot more different, you have to all agree on standards with a lot more people. It's a lot slower for these changes to be made. So Wayland started as kind of an attempt to make a modern version of that. And 15 years later, it's still debatably not quite there yet, or maybe for a lot of things it might be good enough for a lot of things, but yeah, anyway, so I hope that helps a little bit. X is older than Linux. Yeah, I believe technically X, yeah, there's X, and then there's Xorg, which I think is like the open source version of it, kind of like BSD was closed source, but FreeBSD is open source. It's like a open source reimplementation. That's my understanding. But yeah, essentially, I think that's accurate, more or less. Yeah. So let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna read this thread. What's going on in Dolphin Land? MMU implement memory protection support. So I believe this is partially related to the guy who's porting NT4 Windows NT to the Wii. By the way, if you do not know, someone is porting Windows NT to the Wii, and not. It's so hard to find it though, because it's just some random posts on fucking Mastodon somewhere, some Mastodon instance. I have to always get a manual link to it. Here we go. So Windows NT had PowerPC builds, and the Wii is PowerPC based. So obviously, yeah, you could run it through a virtual machine, and like, you know, you could run Linux on the Wii and then run a virtual machine and then run Windows. But this is, I believe, an attempt to actually get Windows NT running natively on the Wii and to get it to like interface directly with the Wii hardware. I believe that's what this is. It's crazy shit. Oh, apparently it's on hold at the moment, as of a day ago. What the fuck? Crazy. A fucking dolphin window and then an actual NT about page. What in God's green flat earth is this? Crazy. Absolutely insane. Yeah, so apparently this is like actually happening. And I believe, or at least I was told, I'm not sure, I was told that this might be related to this issue. Okay, so 4 days ago, this is a pull request, added support for PP-bit, PP. Use it, support for this, is it, okay. I'm gonna guess this isn't, I don't need to understand any of this. I'm not sure if this is 100% correct. I implemented based on PowerPC, yeah, okay. This allows Wii Linux proof of concept, I'm gonna guess, 0.1 and 0.2 to boot successfully, and the USB Gecko console works fine for both. I haven't really investigated more than that. I also checked against Wii System Menu and Homebrew channel, and both appear to work fine without breaking anything. I'm not sure what, if anything, breaks with this implementation as it is currently. Okay. Because of this discussion in 12282, I have to ask, have you in the past looked at any Nintendo documentation for the, okay, so this is like a, my assumption is this is like a clean room test. Like, are you using leaked materials to do this? It says, I have looked at the official GX documentation provided with the RVL SDK and available online in various places. Google search can find. Other than that, nothing else. In 2019, a year before anything from the hack became public, Redbees, admin of Rare Gaming Dump, shared the screenshot of iOS source folders and later claimed that Zamis sent the image to him. Okay, there were some screenshots here that have since been removed. Redbees also says Zamis personally sent him documentation on the Redacted, which was based on the GameCube hardware. Some confidential document was removed. Who are you, and why are your only comments about trying to pin stuff on the OP? Uh-oh. Really? Okay. Also, now that I'm looking at it, the screenshots you posted contain Nintendo confidential information. Posting Nintendo confidential information is precisely what we're trying to avoid, and is entirely unacceptable. Please explain yourself immediately or I will block you from Dolphin on GitHub. For the god's sake, just let this man finish bringing up NT4 on the Wii. This was really an important chapter of Windows NT historic preservation. This work is being tracked by several communities and considered high priority. Thanks. Huh. Oh dear. Is this like a Dolphin guy? Yeah, member of Dolphin Emulator. Oh no. Oh no. He's very cool. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Well, so is it gonna get merged? Huh. NT4. Well, okay, interesting. Well, yeah, so one of these days. maybe NT4 on the Wii. Cool. Yeah, because the OP hasn't said much, but I want to get in touch. I want to put that shit to Power Mac, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. Yo, that's honestly, that, like, it makes me so mad when I would look up things like, you know, can I run NT4 on PowerPC Mac? And like all the responses will be shit like, no, you cannot, it's impossible. Yeah, it is not possible. It cannot be done! And it's just like, motherfucker is porting NT4 to the Wii. So if it's possible to do that, it is absolutely possible to port NT4 to a PowerPC Mac. I mean, people say the same thing about decomp, that it's just like, you know, how can I decompile a game back to source code? And everyone's just like, it's impossible! It cannot be done! And then, you know, Mario 64 decomp comes out and everyone's like, oh shit, actually. I mean, I guess the idea is maybe people are just saying that because, you know, maybe they think it's like, you can't, I mean, it is true that you can't just, you know, run something through a decompiler, but to say it's impossible, I feel like is like unbelievably reductive. No, you can't do that. It's kind of like that, yeah. We've seen Doom run on a pregnancy test. Anything is possible. That's what I'm saying. Anything is possible. Yeah, realistically, I feel like anything is like, I keep saying this. Nothing is, when it comes to code, nothing is impossible. It's code. You can get it to do anything. It's more importantly just, how much time do you want to invest in it? Because if you don't mind spending your time on it, I think you can do anything, right? Oh, interesting. Okay, so context. Wacko has another pull request that got merged. It says the current TLB implementation does not use VSID at all, so it's some more PowerPC CPU stuff. Because you changed the layout, you need to increment the save state, that's okay. Cool, done. It was merged, all good. Nothing, no drama, nothing, nothing problematic here. Then Abyss fan comes back, says, wait, what emoji is that? It's the detective emoji, yo! Excuse me, this is a violation of the contribution legal requirements. Zamis Clark, aka Whack Zero, and Riley is a notorious Nintendo hacker. He hacked Nintendo in 2018 and is the original source of all the Nintendo files that leaked in 2020. That included many GameCube and Wii files if you want to try and hand wave away that stuff as being unrelated. Thumbs down and /. You've now tainted the repository with two of his pull requests. Oh no. Thanks for your concern. Vending contributions with extra care increases the review burden, but all of WAC owes Pull requests so far have been well explained and clearly limited to the publicly documented PowerPC architecture. So no, nothing is tainted. Assuming the allegations are true, I do request that you continue to provide full provenance for your contributions. And apparently this is not what our policy is. The policy is that if you've looked in at Nintendo documentation related to the GameCube and Wii, which I should add is not quite the same thing as AbyssFan's allegations, leaking is not the same as looking. I think it's unlikely that any single person would have looked at everything there is in the GigaLeak, considering what I've heard about its size. We ask you to not contribute code. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, so he quite literally, AbyssFan just keeps showing up and being like, he looked at Nintendo things, and yeah, it's kind of funny. FBI, open up! Is this the Nintendo GitHub Ninja? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Does he do you have any like? What did he contribute on September 4th? Oh, he joined. That's his single contribution is he joined GitHub. Interesting. Interesting. He hasn't starred anything. He hasn't posted anything. He could be a psyop by Nintendo. No way. I swear I've heard his name AbyssFan somewhere. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I recognize it. But man, that's funny. He's a Fed. He could be. That's so interesting. Crazy. Man. Okay. Well, good to know. Good to know. If I ever do any Nintendo reverse engineering, I'll be sure to keep an eye on AbyssFan. Oh god. It's Matt KFC. It is I. In the words of Chris Pratt, it's a me, Matt KC. Yeah. Being Nintendo wouldn't be surprised me. The fact that they made PowerPoint presentations about like approaching a 3DS hacker and trying to get him to stop hacking the 3DS. I mean, that's some funny shit. Yeah, as you say, it wouldn't surprise me either. Ban me or react to me. What kind of reaction do you want? Like a... Hang on, wait, like a... That kind of reaction? Like a YouTube thumbnail face? Chris Pratt playing Matt in the Matt Clive movie? I know, right? Like, he's becoming the go-to guy for voices. He's like the guy in the Lego movie, guy in the Mario movie, the guy in the new Garfield movie. He's gonna be the guy in the new Clive movie. He's gonna be playing me. True. I have a cool reaction. That is a cool reaction. I enjoyed that reaction. God, what else has been happening? What's up with this? This Terra leak, real quick. Let's go over some news. Why not? So the Terra leak is, if you haven't heard about it, hang on, let me get a link real quick. So apparently, Apple, I almost said Nintendo, can barely tell the difference nowadays. Apple did a they did a fucky wucky. They did an oopsie doopsie. I want to find an actual... Oh, here we go. I think this is it. Where basically from the years 2012 to 2015, they had they had, well, actually, let's start with, they have this service called Test Flight, which I guess is a, I'll be honest, I've never used Test Flight. I have published apps, iOS apps on the App Store before, but I never used Test Flight. Yeah, so I guess it's a platform where you invite users to test stuff and then they can like give you feedback. I've never touched this thing, but basically between the years of 2012 and 2015, it turns out they accidentally made all their apps that were uploaded to test flight, I think all of them at least, publicly accessible through like HTTP. Or they were hosted on like Amazon AWS servers. And the great thing about anything that can be publicly accessed on HTTP is it can be mirrored by the Wayback Machine. It appears... Is this the right link? No, that's the old .NET link. Hang on. Here we go. This will do. Oh, that's a Revolt link. I wanted the actual link, not the link to the Revolt message. Here we go. So yeah, it took 8 years. So in 2015, Apple must have figured this out, and they must have like taken it all down. Must have like shut it all down, without going to make sure that no one had mirrored them on the Wayback Machine, or that the Wayback Machine hadn't mirrored them. So it took 8 years that they were sitting on the Wayback Machine servers before someone actually discovered that, oh wait, these are actually like just there. So Betagram. So yeah, and now that they've figured it out, there's like now there's no stopping it. We all know that all these pre-release iOS apps are just kind of out there now. We're gonna play a geriatric version of Duolingo, and yeah, Betagram. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not a big like iOS guy, but for like on a platform where there is generally very little preservation, it is kind of interesting. Club Penguin, was there a Club Penguin on there? I like it. Oh, I guess they're question marks because they're all like foreign. It doesn't know how to like print those names. So this is not all of them. Like I said, they're apparently, it's called a TerraLeak because there are apparently several terabytes of it. Minecraft are Roblox internal. Yo, finally get inside. Finally getting on the inside. Club Penguin. Time to get the leaked iOS apps running in the QEMU iOS 2 VM. Yeah, I mean, it all kind of fits together. Too bad you can't actually install apps on that VM yet, but I mean, soon hopefully. Yeah. Let's see. Is there any Facebook on here? Wait, what was this? Oh yeah, Facebook. I recognize this. All right. Well, I'm sure I guess there are other things that people call Facebook, or maybe it's like a Facebook plugin for something. Man, you can tell this is 2012 to 2015. Just look at this like UI design, like, like these especially. I feel like a very hack book. Interesting. These are very like. This is before we decided skeuomorphic design was a bad thing universally. Got any Lego on there? Let's see. The completely forgotten Lego Island port to iOS? You shouldn't have. I didn't know Christmas was coming a few days early. Apparently there's a Duplo app of some kind. Some kind of Star Wars. Lego Star Wars. A lot of Unity games. I guess that makes sense. Lego Movie. I don't know how official any of this stuff was. Some of the stuff looks like it could just be like some guy fucking around with Unity. Or with MS Paint in this case. I did look because I've been slightly involved in Sonic Runners. I did look. There's nothing for Sonic Runners, which even though this would have been around the right time, because I think Sonic Runners was that 2014 to 2016? No, 2015 to 2016. Okay, so it would have been towards the like tail end anyway. Apparently development started in 2013 though, so yeah. If they had used Test Flight, I guess they might have been up there. But yeah, I guess they didn't. I also looked for my own app. I made an app called Roller back in 2014 to 2015, and I had it on the iOS App Store. I never used Test Flight though, so I'm assuming if I didn't opt into Test Flight that there's no chance it would be up there. Apparently WordPress was ripping me off at the time. What the fuck? But yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, so nothing I have ever published would be on here, I guess. What's the guy's face? Anyway. There's a code name for runners, maybe? I don't know. Oh, there's Sonic Dash, which is kind of interesting. Oh, is that... I think Sonic Dash is a different game, yeah. Endless Runner. I don't have any involvement with... Oh, it's a Unity game too, though, so I guess you could decompile it if you wanted to. Has anyone done this? Time to litigate. Take down WordPress. True. I guess not. But there might not be a lot of like demand for it. Kind of similar because they're both Unity Endless Runners. Yeah, you're actually kind of right. Sonic Dash is like, the perspective is different. Like Sonic Dash is third person and Runners is a side scroller. But yeah, I mean, it's a very similar gameplay. New project found. No. I can't take on another one. I can't afford it. I still have to break the Xbox 360 at some point. God. What else? What other apps should I look up? Is there any old Twitter apps on here? Twitter for and go. What's that? Twitter dress? Twittergram? What was Liam Small doing? He's trying to merge Twitter and Instagram. Xbox One jailbreak when? Yo! This is some fucking early 2010s design. I miss it. 2024 should be the year the Xbox 360 is broken. That's what I'm saying. Apparently there is a tweet deck. I don't know if it's the tweet deck. Here's what I'll say, because they're... I fart. No, apparently not. Unlucky. Here's what I will say. So, Burnout 3's 20th year anniversary next year. The Xbox 360's 20th anniversary the year after that. So, maybe I should time the... Like, I'll focus on Burnout next year, and then I'll focus on the 360 the year after that. I don't know. I'm just fucking around, really. I did find an arbitrary code execution exploit in Edge, so that's based. That's so sick. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Huh. I guess so. I guess so. I'm not like a big phone guy. Like, I'm just not. So I don't know. I don't even know what apps I'd look up. I hate to sound like a boomer, but like, I use my phone when I'm outside, but when I'm at home, like, may as well just use. I feel like I'd rather have a real keyboard because I get kind of frustrated typing on a not keyboard, and I'd rather have a decent sized screen, so I always just use my laptop. Why did I type in cut screen? Cut the rope. Apparently. I like it. It's interesting to see with how these bundle IDs keep changing. Like, what's time travel? And experiments, apparently. Interesting. Oh yeah, Flappy Bird. True. No. There's a bunch of other birds. To be fair, I have Flappy Bird on my phone. But that's because it's an Android phone. You can just install APKs if you wanna. Jet car stunts was a big one. Oh yeah, balloons. Oh yeah, there is some balloons. Apparently not. Time travel was a sequel. Oh, okay, interesting. CTR experiments was a separate app. Interesting. They're not labeled that way though in the title. I mean, yeah, I assume you're right. They have Sims. Huh. There we go. Interesting. Crazy shit. I mean, yeah, it's super interesting. Like I said, I feel like the only issue for me is that I don't. I was never a mobile gamer, so I don't know. I absolutely support the preservation. I think it's hilarious that Apple accidentally made all this stuff public. But I don't have any like I don't know what I would look up or would be interested in. The guide apps are way too goofy. It's like the guides showing up for the games I'm looking up. Is that what's happening? Oh, nice. That's fun. I found like a level editor in the mobile version of The Sims 3. Yo, that's cool. I kind of like that. Title for a short. Apple did a oopsie. I've wondered if I should make a Bytes video about it. The only reason I wouldn't is because of what I said, that I don't know if I personally don't have anything I would look up, but it's news. It's probably worth talking about, right? Minecraft. There was a Minecraft VR. I think this is VR. Ultimate Minecraft Seeds. Admin. What the hell is that? Ultimate Guide. Well, Explorer's Guide. Wait, is this the same guy trying to continuously making guides for Minecraft? The old iFruit app from GTA 5. Is that real? Aw. Forgot about this. What is this? Interesting.
It load a game.
Oh, so yeah, you don't recommend Oi. All right, I'll mute it. All right, we'll see. Let's see what's going on here. So this is a level editor in Sims 3, right? So it's .NET. It's not stripping stuff, bro. We love .NET. in my house, we love .NET. Damn, I love the debug UI. It's just these ugly gray rectangles. Okay, I shouldn't say that. You know, they're average looking. They're not ugly. That's cool. That's so interesting. Like, yeah. Mobile version of Sims 3, yeah. Oh god, how... Can you even read that? I mean, it's probably... I guess it's more visible on the actual screen than it is on, like, on the video. Cool. .NET is so, like... I guess maybe you can do a little bit of decomp stuff with Android apps, because a lot of them are Java. But, like, .NET makes decomp so easy. It was damn near impossible in person too. No, well, I can imagine. Oh god. Yo.
Tier 100 Nokia, Linus Torvalds and Angry Birds, our Finnish national treasures.
Claps in chat. Drake's in chat for Finland. Jellycar. What's Jellycar? Trying to think. Were there any, like... I'm trying to think, was there any mobile games that I actually played? I guess I played a little bit of Candy Crush when I was in high school. Oh, I guess Candy Crush, they were some of the few people that did not use this, did not use Test Flight. WP7 was so fun because it had to be C#. You couldn't use native code at all. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's the thing in Java. You can still use native libraries and stuff. Candy Crush, you truly are a boomer. What? I'm just a zillennial, all right. That's a I didn't make that up. That's a real term. Tap Tap Revenge. I never played that one. No, but we do have Taylor Swift Revenge though. It's about time. Is your ringtone the Arabic Nokia one? I'll be honest, I haven't had a ringtone since 2014. Like, at one point, I was just like... I think it's because I started... At a certain point, you start bringing your phone to school, and then, obviously, you don't want it making any sounds. You set it to vibrate, and I just left it on vibrate for the next 10 years. Yeah, so... Motorsport Manager. Yeah, probably. It has to be like, it would have to be 2012 to 2015. So anything more recent is, yeah, almost certainly not going to show up. Oh, there's a John Deere app apparently. That's interesting. I wouldn't recognize my ringtone. Yeah, me neither. I'm sure my ringtone is set to something, but I don't know what it is. Like, I haven't had it on since I've had my, like, I've gone through the last, like, I think I had four-ish phones in the last 10 years. And I don't think I've known what the ringtone of any of them are. My mom always complains about my phone being on silent or vibrate. That's just how it's meant to be. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't need it making noise, okay? A phone's meant to ring? That's what I'm saying. Oh, there is a Temple Run. I don't know if is this the Temple Run? I never played Temple Run either, so I don't know if this is like the right icon for it. Like, who is this guy? Why is there a spider on this one? I'm not gonna tap anything with a spider on it. Jewel Temple or Jewel Stacker. Geometry Dash. Apparently not. I guess they didn't use Test Flight. Sonic Dash comes back though. What other Sega stuff might there be? Nico Nico. I guess that's useful for people in Japan that use Nico Nico. Cthulhu Saves the World! Is this how good do you think this... Oh, this is actually... Okay, this is a real game. I had no idea... I had no idea what this was gonna be. I didn't know this was gonna be a real game. Gotcha, okay. Sonic 4? I think I heard... doesn't look like it. They didn't even spell Cthulhu right? Did they not? I didn't notice. Oh yeah, I tried looking it up. No Shrek cart. Oh! Is there a Garfield cart? Oh, there's a Garfield game. I don't know if it's not Garfield cart though. I can't fucking believe it. There's no Shrek cart. How could they do this to me? I reviewed Shrek Kart for Shrektember back in 2017, and something I realized only recently... hang on, I'll look up Smurfs. You got Smurf Classics, or Smurfs Classics. Somehow they're the same game with two different names. I realized something horrendous recently. I believe Shrek Kart is not playable on iOS anymore because it was 32-bit. It was released in 2009. If that's true, which version of iOS dropped 32-bit? It was, okay, iOS 10 was the last version of iOS to run 32-bit apps, okay? iOS 11, according to this, yeah, as of iOS 11, all 32-bit apps installed on device will not work. Okay, so if we go to iOS 11's release date, which is September 19th, 2017, and then we look at when my Shrektember video came out. I think it was 5 or... It must have been 5 or 6. Where's the transcript now? Was this the one with Shrek Kart or nah? No, it must have been 5.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Yeah, Shrek Kart was in this one. September 13th. Okay. Literally, if I was a week later and I updated on the day, like, Shrek Kart would have become unplayable. I was so close to not being able to play Shrek Kart for this video. It is insane, because I had an iPhone at this time, an iPhone 6S. It's insane. It's insane how close this, like, looking back, how close this was. September 19th, September 13th. Like, just to think, if I was even like a month later, if this was Shrektober, it would have been. I would have been over. I wouldn't have been able to play it. Anyway, hang on. I heard a knock at my door. I think someone's delivering me some mail. So give me 1 sec. I think they're gone, but I'll just double check. I should have muted my mic as well, but yeah, they're gone. They just left a package at my door. No, it's not the nuns. It's not the 32X. It's. I mean, to be fair, they would have heard me talk about Shrek if they heard me at all. It would have been like, why is he talking about Shrek card? So the first time I was talking about 32 Sex, and the second time I was talking about desperately wanting to play Shrek card. But yeah, I don't know what it is actually. Hang on, let me see. What am I expecting to arrive today? Oh yeah, okay. No, I just a part for a hobby project I'm doing. I just want to set something up for my desk to like clean things up a little. It's nothing particularly exciting. I don't even think I'll make a video about it. I might, if I made like another desk tour, I might show it off, but like it's not super important. They'd be thinking, wow, he's cultured. Oh god. Live package opening? No, it's not. It's not going to be anything interesting enough. I'm afraid. His Shrusy is coming. I wish I was getting some Shrusy today. So anyway, here's something I've been trying to. I don't know if I'm going to ask this just because I'm wondering if anyone knows more than I do. So I've been thinking about trying to plug like a regular microphone into a phone. And I got an adapter. So the way that, let's see, the way that phone microphones work is they add like an extra ring to this 3.5 millimeter. Yeah, it's a phone that still has a 3.5 millimeter on it. And yeah, this is how it goes. Left, right, ground, and then microphone. And I've gotten an adapter. Oops. Where'd that go? Yeah. And I've gotten an adapter that, yeah, I gotten one of these. It is an adapter that goes from, you know, the regular 3.5, unfortunately it won't focus automatically, to like a 4 thing, right? And I've even run a multimeter on it, and I've checked that, yeah, the top two on this one go to the bottom on this one, which is supposedly where the microphone is. Is that what you got in the mail? Not just now. This is something I got in the mail like yesterday. But for some reason, it doesn't work, and I'm not sure why. TRS to TRS, yes, correct. Yeah, I'm not sure why, because I ran the multimeter on it. I found that yes, the sleeve on the 2-prong connects to the ground on the 3-prong, and then the top two connect to the microphone on this one, but it just doesn't like. So I'll plug it into a phone, and I'll start recording, and the phone will like think about it for a second. It'll be like, is this a microphone? And then somehow it decides it's not, and then just reverts to the internal onboard phone mic. And I don't know why. And I've done this on 2 phones now. Like I did this on my phone, which is a Google Pixel, and then I tried it on a really old iPhone 6 before they dropped the headphone jack. Their 3.5 millimeter jack layout is different. Is that... I'm not sure if that's true, because like Apple earphones work on Android. I do know what you mean insofar as like Nokia had a different pinout, but I think Android phones have just copied the Apple layout now. because it's Apple. But I'm just so I'm confused. Like I said, so I'll plug this in to a phone, and it'll think about it for a second. You'll see that the microphone will like go silent for a second, but then it will just come back. The phone will somehow decide that this is not a real microphone. Do you maybe need an app to use an external mic? No, this app definitely can work with external mics. I tested it with these, which are Apple earbuds. They've got the microphone in here, and they've got the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end with the microphone at the bottom. So I've tested with this. I know it works with this, but it doesn't work with this, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure how the phone decides that this is not a microphone. An impedance thing? Maybe, yeah. But I haven't found any information about it. And like, when I bought this on Amazon, all the ratings are just like, yeah, it works. And I'm like, cool. I don't know why it doesn't work for me then. Sometimes it needs both headphones and mic connected at the same time. So I think this is... I wondered about that, but I noticed that when this is connected, nothing comes out of the speaker. So it seems to think that there are headphones, but that there is not a microphone. It uses these as headphones, but then uses the internal mic as the mic. So somehow it concludes that this... I wish this would focus. There's absolutely no way. It's a Panasonic camera, and they have notoriously mediocre autofocus. It might be a dead short to the headphones. I did try checking for shorts, like to see if the ground and the microphone are shorted. Like that would be the obvious thing to do, because on a hang on. So I could easily see how, if these two are connected, that means, if microphone is shorted to ground, that means therefore there's no microphone on the headphones. I could absolutely see that. But I did run the multimeter on it to check if like the two at the bottom were bridged, and they shouldn't be. They weren't, as far as I could tell. If it confuses the headphones and mic, that sounds like you need one of those Apple to regular 3.5mm adapters. I don't think it's confused because like I said, these are like, well, I mean, it probably is confused, but I don't know exactly why, because like, this is fine. These are headphones, and this is a microphone, and they all like seem to hook up fine. So the fact that it thinks this is a headphone, I think, is not necessarily a problem. It's just, it doesn't seem to think it's a microphone. Maybe it just hates you. True. I mean, I get it. I understand. I hate me too. But it would be nice if I could at least get some like clarification on that, I wonder if it would be worth like just buying into the fucking Apple garbage ecosystem and just getting like a... maybe I'd have more luck with one of these. No, not one of those, one of these. But I don't know, because if it doesn't think, it might just be the same, right? Skill issue. I guess so. There's a lot of so you can kind of, I guess I can kind of maybe I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, all right. So here I've got it's a really old, not really old. It's an iPhone 6. And the screen is smashed up. You'll have to be prepared for that. It's really smashed up, okay? You can see that. But let's say I plug Apple headphones in to the bottom, and I start a recording. Okay, so you can tell it's using this mic, because if I tap this, you'll see the green bar is moving. Whereas if I tap the phone, there's no green bar. So you know that like the mic is working. You know it's using this mic and not the phone mic. Okay. Then, if I plug this in, and I've done stuff where I've like plugged this side into like other things, like I'll plug this into my, you know, a computer or something, get some output, or I plug it into a microphone. It doesn't seem to matter what it's plugged into. But I hit record. My expectation is that there would be no microphone because it would think that something is plugged in, but it doesn't. But it's not using this because it thinks that somehow it's determined that this is not a microphone, so it's using the phone mic. You can see because as I tap the phone, you can see the green bar showing up. But even if I like plug this into something, like, I don't know. My expectation is, okay, so I'll do something a little hacky here, which is plug one phone into the other phone so that the output of this phone becomes the microphone input of this phone, in theory, right? So let's play a song, okay? All right, so we've got some quality music playing on this phone, and it's coming through here, and it should be, in theory, hooking into the microphone of this. But when I hit record, that's not this song. That's just me talking again, right? It's defaulted to the onboard mic. Somehow, it doesn't think this is a real microphone, even though, like, in theory, it should, right? Yeah. What did I do? I actually didn't do anything. I bought these iPhones really, really cheaply because I wanted something that I could record audio with, because I have like these little lav mics that are designed for the iPhone, and they work really well. Yeah, I have these little just little lav mics that you clip on and you plug them into an iPhone and you record them, and they work really nicely. Those work as well as the Apple headphones. But yeah, just not this though. That wouldn't work because they're both outputs. Well, no, because the whole point of this adapter is that it takes the output of this, the top two, and wires it to the microphone of this, right? In this case, you'd need to convert output to mic audio. I'm not sure, like, shouldn't I be getting something, right? I should, even if it's too loud, even if it's a line level signal going into a mic signal, it's too loud, I should be getting something, right? Need an interface, but I don't need an interface for these, right? So my point is, the port takes, hang on, let me draw a diagram. You should not get anything when it's not wired up for iPhone. iPhone layout is forking different. Okay, hang on. So let me draw this out, because I feel like you're not understanding me. Alright, do I have LibreOffice on here? No. LibreOffice. Fresh, I guess. See the drawing skills. I mean, I'm just gonna steal some diagrams from the internet. Why is there even an iPhone layout? Oh, for God's sake, I need to resync my things into MS Paint. No, I prefer to draw with PowerPoint. I have fucking done this, I understand what you're saying, and you're just ignoring that it cannot work the way you're trying to do it. Can you explain why? Why is it? Hang on. Oh no. Do I need to update my whole... I think I probably need to do a whole system update before this will work. Try recording your PC into the Pixel. If I'm wrong, it will also not work. If I'm right and it's the Apple layout, that is the problem that will work. I did try with the PC. So, okay. I'm unplugging my headphones. And I will plug this into the headphone plug. Oh, the problem is it's so short. Okay. So, and this into the phone. So, in theory, hang on, you can see, hang on, I need to switch to my camera. Okay, so, I've got my audio interface, headphone out, plugged into the iPhone. You should be hearing the background, whatever music is playing right now, whatever synthwave radio is playing right now. Hitting record. And it is still my voice. It is still not the music. I said into the Pixel. Well, I don't want to record into the Pixel, but okay. We'll record into the Pixel. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, so let's just double check. Let's just make sure this recording app works. Okay, so this should be, hang on. Okay, cool. So this should be this microphone, right? And not the phone microphone. Okay, good. So, if I stop that, it's fucking showing me an ad because it's a crappy software. Okay, so now, got the audio interface again, plugging it into the Pixel, hitting record, and so far, it is still my voice. Again, audio interface into the Pixel. Still the phone mic. Can you select input in the app? I can, but it's not very useful. I mean, I confirmed that like it was the headset. The headset was working when the headset was plugged in. But the app is not super useful. The only options I'm given are front microphone and back microphone and default. So it's not the most useful thing in the world, but basically, yeah, it doesn't work on the Pixel either. You're trying to do line in, not specifically. I'm just trying to get this like adapter to work. Oh, you can actually kind of see it a little better now. So yeah, so you can see the idea is it should wire these top two to the microphone on this side. If it does not work with devices that are not subject to Apple's arse backwards layout, then the adapter seems to be defective. I mean, I've now bought two of these. This is actually the second one I bought, and both of them have the same problem. So, is the cable the wrong way around? No, the right side isn't the right side. And I'm fairly certain these have the same layout because these Apple headphones, like I said, whichever way the microphone is, this microphone works on both phones, on both the Pixel and the iPhone. So I'm fairly certain it's the same layout. And yeah, I tested with the multimeter. Yeah, so I know that the wiring is right. That's why I say, like, I'm not sure. Yeah, I did test. I already tested with a multimeter. In fact, I can do that now. Hang on. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's the layout. I mean, I was willing to try it, but I don't think it's the layout because, like I said, the Apple headphones work on both the Android and on the Android and the iPhone. If the phones have the same layout, the adapter evidently either doesn't work or has the wrong layout still. But I did again with the multimeter, so okay. Do another close up. Okay, so. Okay, so in theory, my understanding is the microphone on the Apple layout should be at the bottom, right? So, do I have a model number for this adapter? I can send one a little later. All right, so, oh, but I did check the Amazon
Could you
listing.
try checking resistance on the working headphones between all possible combinations of wires Cheer 100?
I haven't tried any of that yet. Like, that might be what it is. Like, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I was wondering if there are any like ideas on what to try. Because all I've done is check the wiring and see if it makes sense. So here, I'll have this on the very bottom, and then I have. It's hard to do this while also holding it up to the camera, but I'll try. Have this on this side, the very bottom. And I have this side. Oops, damn it. I don't have enough hands for this, damn it. Okay. So, the top two appear to hook into the bottom. That's what I've had this on, the bottom ring of the mic, which as far as I understand is the Apple layout. And then the next one is ground. So I've got this up on, again, it's really hard to show. I've got this in the middle one, the second from the bottom, okay? And my understanding is that should be ground, okay? And it is, and it's not bridged with the top two, it's only ground. So, as far as I know, according to this, the Apple layout, that's correct. So, yeah, I don't really get it. I don't really know what else I should be trying. Like, maybe you're right that it's something about impedance or like resistance or something, some other additional way that it checks how to do this. But yeah, I don't know. Do phones try to detect the 3 or 4 pole by the ground or something, and thus enable it? Yeah, that's my assumption. Is that yeah, they bridge the bottom. They check if the bottom two are both ground. But you evidently don't have the Apple layout since the Pixel sure as shit won't be having that. How do you figure? Because like I said, the Apple headphones with the microphone, these work on the Pixel as well. So the fact that the microphone works on the Pixel, doesn't that mean it would have to be the same layout? If you have a breakout for it or a 4-prong to a 4-prong, try grabbing a resistor or something and shorting it then. It's like one hell of a rabbit hole, maybe. Grabbing a resistor and shorting it then. Between ground and mic, maybe? I could try it. They are the same layout, but it's clearly not the Apple layout. So you're saying the iPhone is not the Apple layout? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure I understand. So like, I feel like it must be some kind of resistor thing, right? Like, can I get this running yet? No, I still have to wait for all this to happen.
It doesn't have to be the same layout. If the phone can check, for example, check for a specific resistance between some pins, it could software switch between layouts. Cheer 100.
Interesting. I wonder. I mean, I don't know anything about that. God, it's been so long since I've done a system upgrade on here. Yo! Jark, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Damn it, this is gonna take forever. Can I get, I assume I can't use a Google slide without fucking signing into slides. Cringe. If mic is on ground and ground on mic, then it still work, right? Except the audio will be inverted. If it was truly analog, then yeah,
Tagging
but I don't know if it's truly.
resistances for different pins is a common way to detect multiple button presses on a single pair of contacts. Cheer 100.
Yeah, and I also know that I think the iPhone uses like the buttons, the volume buttons and stuff. I think that does use stuff like that. So is your theory in that case that that the iPhone 6 does not have the iPhone layout and instead has, because I guess it would be interesting to see if like, because I don't know how I would test which of these pins. This works on my laptop as well, so it's like as far as I've found, it's fairly universal. Just nitpicking at this point for anything to explain the problem. I get that. I know it's probably like, I don't know how many people have tried to do this before, and as far as like this exact thing. The amp isn't matching those common signals, so the phone isn't going to switch the mic input. Yeah, I mean, it could be something like that for sure. Check the resistance. Can I just check the resistance? Like, I guess I could. Ah, damn it. Some shit fell on the ground. All right, let's see. Needs to be greater than 100 ohms. Interesting. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. So on the regular headphones, the Apple headphones, assuming this is what you meant, between microphone and ground seems to be about 15 kilo ohms. It's quite high. In fact, when I had it set to ohms, nothing was showing up at all. It was like it was saying like no continuity at all. 15.28 kilo ohms. Interestingly enough, and pretty like that seems to be pretty stable there.
It's a capacitor mic, so yes, cheer 100.
Oh, so maybe so if I kept it there, maybe it would keep going up. So maybe it's some, yeah, I mean, interesting. So it seems like it's probably something to do with something that the phone expects from the microphone, like, a certain amount of resistance, maybe. My brain is shorting out. Yeah, I'm sorry. This got maybe a little too dense for what I just wanted to ask for some advice, but this might be getting a little bit a little bit too much. See what I mean here? Oh, interesting. There's actual Android spec. Get a splitter rather than adapter. Do you think that would... enjoy? Well, I'm glad you enjoy these tangents. Excellent. Hang on. Ohm. Oh, okay. Devices must detect the following resistor ladder on the accessories. The accessories will be tested to...
It could also be looking for resistance from an unrelated pair of pins Tier 100.
Gotcha. Devices must detect the following resistor ladder on the accessories. The accessories will be tested to the standard circuit diagram in the diagram illustrated earlier, where the total impedance is measured from the mic terminal to ground. When a button is pressed with 2.2 volts, mic bias applied through... Okay. Right now, you either have one floating or shorted conductor just by the way of one end having more than the other. Like the... Well... Yes, in the sense that the left and right, I think, are floating. But ironically, the phone does seem to think headphones are connected, in that it doesn't output to its own speakers anymore when the adapter is connected. It's only the microphone that it doesn't seem to think it has, but it might... It's quite possible that it is some kind of... there's not enough resistance or something like that. Huh. Well, anyway, I guess that's something to look into. Thanks for the help. So there is something going on. It would seem there is something going on in either the software or the hardware. The microphone is what you want, so having a splitter will make sure all the conductors are where they're supposed to be. You may well just be forced to use headphones too. Yeah, but I feel like even if left and right are connected, that doesn't seem to... The phone doesn't seem to care if left and right are connected. Probably because, like, it's probably for, like, backwards compatibility with, like, old analog headphones. But it does care... It does do a check for if the microphone is detected. Yeah, I'm happy with no output. It's only for recording anyway. Okay. Anyway, good to know. Good to know. Dumb thought. Wonder if its ground needs to be the same. Which ground? The ground of the oh, between devices. Shouldn't that happen automatically just through the... Well, there should theoretically be like a ground connection, but I guess that doesn't necessarily mean they're the same. Well, if they're connected, maybe. I don't know. This is getting beyond my my knowledge, I think. Anyway, doesn't matter. So yeah, it's given me something to look into a little later on. So hey, thanks. Because no matter if you actually plug a mic or headphones in, the connections will always all stay in the right place. I don't think that matters though. I don't think the phone doesn't care if there's a left or right. I mean, it thinks the headphones are connected either way, but the mic and ground are connected, and it still isn't happy even though they are connected. But it knows that the left and right. It doesn't know that the left and right aren't connected, but it doesn't seem to care. It still thinks there are headphones connected. I just don't feel like that makes a difference. Evidently it does, otherwise it would act right. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. Anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter. I'll research this more off stream because I don't know if there's much more we can do. Check console if like my shitter's finished updating. Oh, I guess it needs a password. Alright, well.
having a mic also usually implies there is a button as well, and that uses a resistance to signal Cheer 100.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it implies that, but I don't know. If it's not true, then your adapter works perfectly fine. I feel like either you're not listening or... All right, it doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm gonna look this up later on. It's all good. It's all good. We are fine. Now I can actually draw a diagram now, but we don't need to. Okay. Desktop environment. If you want to, so my specs, I think I've got like exclamation point distro or exclamation point specs. Something like that. I've got some bot command that does that. How's Windows 98 desktop themes in Linux going? I don't think I've tried to do anything for it. I think there's stuff like that for KDE. But I always feel like it's stuff where like it's not quite right. You know what I mean? Like I tried really hard to like, I was pixel peeping really hard. Not to jerk myself off too much, but I was trying really hard to like pixel peep and get all the layout just right on here. I always feel like whenever I see a lot of these 9x things, that they've got the right spirit, but it's just, I can tell it's just not quite right. You know what I mean? Let me try this one last time. There's a fundamental difference in floating 3 conductors to 4 conductors, which is what the adapter you have right now does, and simply breaking out all 4 conductors to mic and headphone as a splitter would. One has something floating shorter and the other does not. I mean, it's worth a try. Possibly. I don't know if it would work, but I mean, I could try it, sure. Chicago 95 gets pretty close. Let's see. Yeah. A lot of that is really close, yeah. And it'll never look like spot on, I guess, because it's Linux, right? It doesn't work the same way internally. So it'll never look exactly spot on. But yeah, I mean, I'd say this looks super close. I could like nitpick little things, but I won't because it's probably just not productive. But yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, for the most part, I'd say it's like 95% there. What's this for? Is it like, oh, it's for XFCE, gotcha. I don't use XFCE. I mean, I could, it'll never look spot on. People said decompiling things. Yeah, okay. It could look spot on. I'm just giving them kind of a, what would you call it? Like a way out. Like I'm saying I'm tempering my expectations, right? I'm just saying, like, you know, I shouldn't expect something to look 100% when it's not even, when, you know, the underlying operating system is completely different. Benefit of the doubt. Yeah, that's what I meant. But I mean, it could look close. Why not? An XP one. That's interesting. Oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Part of the challenge with old versions of Windows is that there's like specific ways that like the font rendering worked, and that's probably really hard to get just right. I mean, to be honest, even mine doesn't get that because we're using kind of a fake font way of emulating the font here. Yeah. Primary issue emulating Windows on Linux is font rendering on Linux. Yeah. That's the thing. It's really hard to get that same text. Using an XP theme on my 3DS? Hell yeah. I really need an 8.1 theme for Linux. Wham, get on that. Apparently it's buggy. That's unfortunate. Commander Linux is a weird one. It's meant to look like Windows 7. Do they have to call it Commander? Legitimately just a skill issue on the part of the libraries that render the fonts. Yeah, interesting. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean that's not. It's obviously different. It's not a one-to-one, but it does evoke Windows 7 for sure. Is there a Longhorn theme? Longhorn is interesting because there are a lot of Longhorn themes. They like throughout that period from XP to Vista, they had a bunch of different ideas. Aero theme plasma. Oh, for KDE? This is something I could be interested in. Huh. Guys, you think it's worth... Maybe we should try installing this and see what happens. You know, you can buy Linux boot USB drives on Amazon for like 20 to 40 bucks. Fucking nuts. Interesting. See a 4074. Which one's that? 4074. Yes, true. Man, there was so many of these like in between themes. Like this is one of them. That one, yeah. Oh, what's this? Windows Longhorn beta theme for what? For Linux. Oh wow, it's a whole project to do a bunch of them. For what though? Like, oh, for like Cinnamon and Mate, anything GTK based. I see. I saw it before. It's really good. Yeah, it's annoying. Okay, I see. It's the Longhorn build. Yeah, I see it now. I think I actually had on my XP system back when I was using Windows XP in like 2008. I think I had a theme that like a custom theme that looked like this. It was like some UX theme thing. The installation process is involved. Fuck, damn. Yeah, that's the only problem. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Oh wow. So they've even the Arch is actually the tested platform. Love that. X11, KDE Plasma, got that. Latest Qt, got that. All right. Used a Plex theme before. Yeah, that's what they were called. Yeah, they had those names as well. Yeah, Plex theme and a Slate theme. Man, I feel like no version of Windows has been customizable since like, I mean, that's not really true, but like XP I feel like was super customizable. I feel like since then it's just kind of fallen off a bit. Can't wait for KDE 6 to fuck it up. True. I had a really shitty Vista laptop and I always needed to turn off the Aero because I couldn't handle it. Yes. There was a time when I mean that's probably a lot of why that's kind of a theory nowadays that Vista, like one of the reasons that Vista was so poorly received was just because the hardware just couldn't take it at the time. I can see that. I can see that argument. Look into window blinds. Yeah, I have. I just never. I mean, when I was doing the sort of stuff, I didn't have any money to pay for it, so that's the only problem. But like, yeah, I do remember window blinds was more reliable than the UX theme stuff. Cairo desktop environment for. I think I have looked that up. It's a whole like shell replacement for Windows, isn't it? Yeah. This could be cool. The only problem is like, I feel like that you're gonna run into an issue where if it doesn't provide like everything that the regular Windows shell provides, you're just gonna want to switch back to the original at some point. It's the same principle as that whole, like, you know, if I'm editing video on Windows, then I'm not really maining Linux anymore, you know. And we already decided we're installing Windows 7 theme. Yeah, I think. I mean, let me see how involved the installation is, and then I'll make my decision. I think I'd be down to try it. I just want to make sure I'm not going to be here for the next 8 hours, you know. One point I tried to do a Longhorn-esque thing, extending Windows Explorer with COM objects implemented C# went surprisingly okay. Huh. Interesting. Not regularly updated. Oof. It's not abandoned. It's just, yeah, okay. Installation. Okay, there's a whole file for it. All right. So there's a shell theme, put the icons in. There's a Qt visual style theme. That makes sense. What's this? This is a video for. Okay, this is a video for installing it. I appreciate that, but I actually prefer written instructions because it's easier to like. I find it easier. Find it easier to skim through, which is probably not a good thing to say, but yeah, I find it hard to like find when I'm watching a video tutorial. I find it hard to find like exactly what I'm looking for. And a GTK theme, that makes sense. These are like the two major. You want to say copy and paste? I mean that works too. That is also true. Yeah, these are like the two major ways of like doing UIs on Linux, so that makes sense. Installing color scheme, okay. Installing the fonts. Is this actually? Oh yeah. Yeah, it just looks slightly different because of the font rendering, I think. It doesn't look exactly like the Windows 7 font, but when I look closer, I think it is. It's just being rendered differently. Window decoration. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah, so you have to add some for Kwin as well. That is Sigo. Is it Sigoe? Is that correct? Or how? I always forget how to pronounce that. It is Seago. Seago. Ugh. Anyway, so it's Seago. Because free type is cringe. Yeah, I get. I say Seago. That's correct. I always read it as like Segoe, but that's because it's probably because I spent some time trying to learn Japanese. So anytime I see a word that I don't recognize, I'll default to like a Japanese pronunciation now, and those letters would be pronounced Segoe in Japanese, but it's not a Japanese word, so it's wrong to say that. Seago. Okay, I'll try to remember that. I've looked that up before. I just forgot completely. Some more shit for Kwin. Some plasma widgets. I don't know if I'd bother installing these. This is like the... Well, okay, maybe. It's the show desktop I might want. But like, I wouldn't care about like... I don't know exactly... Yeah, I don't know exactly what these are referring to, but I wouldn't care about like the arrow clock or whatever. Oh yeah, and you want the start widget, right? Sugoi. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Similar installation process. It's possible to toggle showing labels. Okay. Arrow clock was cool. I mean, I'll agree that it was cool, but I just never used it. I'll accept it that it was cool, but I never used it. I never used any of the like desktop arrow widgets. I never cared for them. Gotcha. So you kind of have to add customizations for everything. How complicated do you think, like how confused do you think people will be? Because they already come into chat, they're just like, and they're like, what distro do you use? What desktop environment is that? And then when it's like, it's Windows 7, but I'm doing Linux things, and they'll like, how? What do you think people are gonna say? Reverting all this would be. I feel like that's possibly the worst part. Is like if I ever try to like switch off it? How much? Like, I guess, I guess for the most part, it's just like changing the settings back. I mean, I think from what I can tell, for the most part, it's just putting files in place and then changing the settings. Wait.
I always found Arrow super tacky and annoying. I much preferred the Mako's look of the time Tier 100.
I get what you mean. I can appreciate both. I do think macOS, like Aqua, has a very special place in my heart. Here, I have a... Can we just cheat and see if there's an AUR repository for all this stuff? No, there isn't. That's sad. Because, like, it feels like, for the most part, this is just putting files into place and then setting them. Aero browser bin. What's that? Is that this? That's a web browser. Is it like an Aero-styled web browser? Aero clone thing? Is that what this is called? Hang on. This I feel like would be a great thing to have in the AUR, just because, I mean, it's just because it's a complicated install and like you could probably automate most of it with an AUR script. But yeah, I guess not yet. I actually like the Yosemite design. Yeah, Yosemite to Catalina design a bit better than the current one. Yeah, I'm trying to think which I think I agree. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't necessarily hate the current macOS, but it's not. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate the current macOS design, but I don't think I like any as much as I like the Aqua design. I didn't take to Big Sur initially. I quite like it now. TBH 2000 over Aqua. Yeah, I think that's how I feel. Like, that's why I'm kind of waffling on, like, I'm not sure if one is necessarily. I'm not sure which one I prefer, because I've the new stuff has grown on me. I might still prefer the previous. I'm not sure though. I'd have to think about it. From KD settings in one click. Is that just the theme though? I assume that's just the theme and not like all the other shit which you kind of need. Though maybe
I feel Aqua was the best Mako's design of all time, and I was so disappointed when they went flat for everything : left parenthesis Tier 100.
True. I also feel : left parenthesis. It's Aero, not Aero. Oh, I thought I thought that was a typo. I was just like, all right, okay. Oh, apparently this is unrelated actually. I don't know what that was then. My : left more than parenthesis. Oh no. Oh no. GTK theme, Windows 7 icon theme from AUR. I'd also need the Qt theme, I assume, but like, I guess is it all like a separate? I don't know if this is the same thing though. Hang on, let's look up AUR. Mario.com is on sale for $20. Is it? No, it's open a negotiation for $20. The minimum offer is $200. So I think that means you spend $20 just for the privilege of negotiating. So it's on top of whatever you actually offer, which has to be at least 200. Interesting though. Interesting that like there is a Mario.com that's free at the moment.
Something else that is underrated I feel is Windows ME, specifically the small improvements they made in the UI, like making the gray a warmer color, and switching to true color trade icons Cheer 100.
I can believe that. I would say I'm more of a Windows 2000. I think Windows 2000 is a little nicer, and ME is kind of like a more home version of the 2000 theme. But I am partial to the 2000 theme. Does KD have a way to collapse tray icons, also taskbar widgets? There are taskbar widgets, and I think we install some of them through this. But I don't know about collapsing tray icons. I've never actually... I don't like doing that. I always turn that off on Windows because I like to just see... I don't like to have stuff like hidden, but that's just me. Again, you see, I like to have the words on the buttons. I know that's just me. Why they removed the Windows Classic theme in 8 again? Because they felt like it. I think you can still get it back though, if you really want to. You'll find it. I feel like that's not quite the same thing though. I mean, we'll see though. DWM is forced on Windows 8. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, if you break the DWM, yeah. Which one of these is this one? Or is any of them this one? Global theme. Hang on. I didn't know this was actually a thing. Okay. I didn't know you could actually click this one. Well, I probably have before, but I've forgotten. I never had that work in KD, to be fair. Yeah. Which one of these is this one, though? Like, I specifically want to use this one. I don't want to use just some guy's, like, attempt at an arrow theme, you know what I mean? I don't feel like either of these are like this one, you know? I think you just have to install it manually. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it'd be great if there was an AUR, but I think in the absence of an AUR, I think I just have to install it manually. It sucks, but it's so good. All right, all right. I think, okay, let's do it for fun. Why not? Hopefully it won't take too long. I just think it'll be interesting to be like, I just think it would be, I still think it would be funny to see what people would think when they come into the chat and they're just like, why is that Windows 7 but you're doing Linux things? Why does that Windows Explorer not look right? I'll never be able to uninstall it. Yeah, probably not. But my guess is, from like skimming the install, I feel like it's, mostly it's just putting files in the right place. You're not really like editing stuff. You're just kind of putting files in the right place and then like changing the settings. So I feel like if I wanted to change it later, I probably will have a hard time uninstalling it, but I can probably just change a lot of the settings back and it'd be basically the same. That's my guess.
What is wrong with that, Matt? Why does he not look right, Cheer 100?
'Cause I am discriminatory against attempts to copy Windows that are not quite right. I don't know. Alright, so we're on here. just reinstall Arch. I mean, I guess I could. What's nice, that's a nice thing about the virtual machine stuff is that like having my Stream desktop in a virtual machine is that, you know, I can reinstall this whole thing, and everything else is all good. I can trash this system if I want to, and I still don't become any less productive because my host is all good. Alright, so we have these side by side. Let's see if we can figure this out. I'll even set the things up so we can kind of see it in action. I just realized there will be people who do not know what Windows 7 is wrong because they only know Windows 10 and 11. Damn. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, there probably are people whose only memories are Windows 10. I mean, they'd be young for now, but in not much time, they will be not young anymore. Huh? Alright, so... we'll share... It's probably this file, this doesn't exist. Yeah, okay. Plasma. Desktop theme. Okay, so we'll throw 7 black as the theme. To install it, put it in the following directory. KD Plasma theme, there, okay. Alright. Plasma theme. Alright, well, we'll get there. Plasma style, okay, gotcha. 7 black. Wow, okay. Well, our taskbar is different. What else is different? Anything else different yet? I think it's just the taskbar. Well, I guess it's just KDE stuff. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, so KDE stuff is different. The apps won't change until we do Qt and GTK, but that's expected. There are grown adults that never held a CD in their life. This world is so doomed. I know. And people think a floppy disk is a 3D printed save icon. What the hell is wrong with this place? All right. There are likely people in their late teens who don't know what Windows XP looks like. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like so if someone is 18 now, they were born in 2005, which means, you know, XP would have been around in the first like 2 years of their life, but how many of us have memories from the first 2 years of our life? So, you know, by the time they actually started making memories, they might have already been on like Vista or Windows 7. So yeah, there are people who can vote today who may have never used XP, may not even be familiar with it. That's kind of crazy. School stuck onto XP for ages? That's true, yeah. My school didn't upgrade until, I think... Was it 2014? 2013? So yeah, that's probably true. Like, someone would have had to have been in a tremendous bubble for them to have never upgraded, never used XP since the year 2005. I could use XP before I could walk. Well, I mean... Me too. I'm just saying. Icons. Yeah, I guess I'll throw in icons. I don't know if I care all that much about icons, just because like icons are so app dependent. Like, I guess you could theme like if I could get an old Chromium icon, I guess that would work. But like a lot of the stuff, we're never gonna get, I feel like, full coverage as far as icons go. So I don't put as much weight into those, but sure, we'll throw them in. Why not? Icons and cursors, okay. Windows icons, I guess just throw that in here. Oops, throw that in here. What's happening? Oh, I guess maybe I should update the title. Making Linux look like Windows 7 for fun and science. School is still on 7 to this day? Really? I don't think Microsoft would recommend that at this point. When using XP, do you prefer the stock Luna theme or the Windows 2000 style theme? It's a good question, actually, because depending on which phase of my life, I would have answered differently. I think, to be perfectly honest, there would be times I would use the 2000 theme over the XP theme, but honestly, nothing beats the Royale theme. I feel like if I had access to this, I would use this. No, 100%. No question. No question. Royale Noir, yeah, I liked Royale Noir as well. That's the dark mode variant. So cool. Anyway, so I think that's probably my answer. Is probably Royale over anything else. Zune theme was also cool. Zune theme was fine. I preferred Noir because I guess I didn't care as much for the orange color, but it's fine. It's all good. It's like a litmus test. I've seen people get into arguments over XP themes. My god. Yeah, probably. Like, remember when technology had personality and you actually could argue over it? Now, like, in Windows 10, Windows 11 is definitely, it improves on this a lot, but in Windows 10, it's like, the UI was just this. And it's like, okay. There's not a whole lot of arguments to be had, you know what I mean? Anyway. Grew up with 95, but as a kid I had machines I took apart that used 3.1. Yeah. I would say I grew up with 98, but we had a computer that used 95 as well, and I would use that too, so I kind of grew up with both, but mostly 98. Used to love the silver. Oh yeah, the silver version I liked as well. Today my eyes burned. It is a little gaudy, but I remember liking the silver theme as well. I remember at school, it would be the sickest thing if you could figure out how to set the theme, because usually they lock off the theme because they don't want you like fucking around with any of the settings naturally, but if you could find a way to get it to use the silver theme instead of the default theme, it was the sickest thing. All your friends would be like, whoa, cool. I don't know if that happens so much nowadays. That might have been like a unique thing at that specific time, because like, I don't know if anyone cares anymore. Like everyone's just got Chromebooks now at school. Like it's a completely different world now. Windows is on such a downward trend. I really hope to see more widespread adoption of the Linux desktop. Guys, what do you think? 2024, year of the Linux desktop. We've been waiting for 11 years or so. I reckon it's going to happen this time. I say that jokingly, but I use Linux perfectly. I've gotten to a point where my Linux usage is perfectly, like, I have no problems with it anymore. But I don't know. I still don't know if I'd recommend it to the average person. I feel like anyone who's any of my friends that are just a little bit technical, I feel like they could be pretty comfortable on Linux. Even the people that aren't like programmers, I feel like they'd be pretty comfortable on Linux today. Especially because like games like Valve and Proton and all of that, like that helps a lot. The average person though, I still don't know. Yeah. Using Linux since 2019 without an issue? Hell yeah. I expect a lot more Roblox when I switched to Linux almost exactly a year ago, but holy fuck, am I not switching back without a gun to my head? That's kind of how I feel, yeah. I mean, it took me a while, mostly because of the video editing stuff, as I said. But once I figured that out, like, I get frustrated when I use Windows now. I'm just like, why? What do you mean I have to go to a website and download an application, and then I have to have an installer in my downloads folder that I have to delete later on? Like, what do you mean I don't just type in a command and I just have it? Like, just little things like that. I've become such a Linux head over the last, I think it's almost 2 years now that I've been a Linux main. Wingate, Choco, or Scoop. I mean, none of it's going to work as well as like a Linux package manager, because it's not integrated into the OS, and a lot of people don't use those package managers, so they're never going to see like widespread adoption like a Linux package manager. Theme from XP Media Center 2005 was the best XP theme by far. I think it was Energy Blue or something like that. I copied it to all my XP theme systems. Was that different from Royale? Which part was Royale and which part was Energy Blue? I'm not sure if I've ever used that one. Royale equals Energy Blue? Well, in that case, we agree. Anything blown up recently, Matt? You mean like electronics exploding on me? No, I don't think so. You mean like videos blowing up? I mean, I haven't uploaded in a couple months, but I will soon, hopefully. Also, Royale, Noir, and Zune. Yeah, we were just talking about those. Okay, so... where was I? I just put the icons in. Okay, yeah, we gotta switch the icons over. Cool. Nice. Thing is, I don't have many, like, icons. I guess, like, file. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. Okay, that's cool. What's next? Next thing to install. Oh, yeah, these have changed well. That's kind of funny. Okay. Oh, and cursors as well. Do they all go in icons? Yeah, they do. I don't know though. I actually kind of like my current cursor. I like black cursors. But okay, for the bit, I'll switch it over. But I might change it back later. Arrow drop. I'm gonna guess that's correct. That's certainly. Oh wow, the shadow is the shadow is not right at all. But yeah, okay, it is the arrow cursor. Tried the XP theme for Mint, sadly broken to shit. Damn. Yeah, a lot of them are broken, unfortunately. Installing Cavantum requires installing the package Cavantum. Okay. Can do that. You have so many channel, which I had no clue existed. I mean, I say I have. It is true that I have 6 channels, but like 3 of them are mostly just like archival. Like I'm not expecting people to like fervently watch the VOD channel or the Dumping Ground channel or even the music channel. I mean, I'll post some new songs on there one day, copium, but but like the main channels are just like the main one, the Bytes one, which I only started like a month or 2 ago, and the live one. So you only really have to pay attention to 3 at most. I mean, have to. You're like, if you care, you only have to care about 3 at most. Might be able to find a dark mode error cursor. I guess, yeah. Though there wasn't anything like it wouldn't be anything authentic, which depends how how authentic I want to go with it. Dedicated Matt KC VODs viewers. Hey, shout out to the Matt KC VODs viewers. Is this? Did I install this? Oop. Bytes is new. Yeah, it's brand new. Like, there's only like 5 videos on there. Following matters a commitment. You have to follow everything. True. All right, visual style. Yeah, okay, done that. Install the GTK2 theme. Locate and move the following directory. Qt application theme. Win27 Pixmap into themes. Oh, I have to make it. Oops. Themes. All right. Oh, for some reason it didn't. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think I might have just closed it too quickly. Okay. Now we do application style. That KC VODs is my favorite channel. I've been slacking off though. I haven't uploaded to that channel. I haven't been posting the most recent VODs on there. The Cavantum theme is simply done through Cavantum settings. Oh, okay. So I have to. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Install. Should I be setting this to the .themes or uh-oh. Or should it be the actual this? Install this theme? No. It's not very helpful that it doesn't actually tell me how to do this. Needs to list the other channels on the main channel. Hey, fun fact. If you scroll down, they're all here. I get that, yeah, they're not like... I mean, some of this is YouTube's fault, I'll be honest. Like, they used to have the channels on the side. Don't see a channel tab. Yeah, no, that's YouTube's fault, I think. Maybe there's a way for me to turn that on. I think YouTube made it harder, so I have to like have them down here. I remember the channels on the side. Yeah, that's a long time ago, unfortunately. Move the channels tab. Yeah, so that's what I thought. So yeah, you have to scroll down now. I remember when websites were designed around desktop computers and phones too. What a novel concept. Yeah, I know, right? It's all phones and tablets, and if you're a desktop user, you're basically a second-class citizen. Like, especially if you use Instagram or Threads on fucking desktop, then they're basically just like, they basically only provide that as a courtesy. You couldn't even upload on desktop for a long time. I remember for a while I would have to upload Instagram Reels by copying them to my phone and then uploading them from my phone because there was just no way. Now there's a way, but it's just fucking bullshit. Anyway, Threads on desktop makes me want to throw up. Yeah, yep, true. How do I actually do this then? Install the GTK2 theme, locate and move the following directory to here. Okay, installing the Convantum theme is done too. Oh, I see. The Convantum theme, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I'm almost certainly not, is like, that's like a separate process, right? Yeah, I see, okay. Now I understand. I thought that these were part of the same step, and that like, this was the Convantum theme, but no, I get it, it's the GTK2 theme. Okay. Yes, installed, cool. And then, afterwards, set Convantum as the visual style. Gotcha. Is it gonna like show up if I refresh it? There it is. I guess I'll go non-dark for now, or that's I assume I have to set it to it, right? Change configure actor or change theme, yeah. Switch theme to this. Gotcha. I've never used this before, so do I now have to, I assume now I have to like, there, switch back and forth. Cool, alright, got somewhere. When do you think you're gonna release a new video? Whenever it's done. I don't know, as soon as it's done. Have you tried Snapchat on desktop? It's a disaster. No, I haven't. I didn't even know that Snapchat was accessible on desktop. I haven't used Snapchat since 2017, I think. Cool, alright. Applying as a utility program like this. Do I have this? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Let's grab that. No problem. Yup. Okay. Nice. Cool. Looks good. Isn't persistent throughout sessions. In order to keep it applied, add the following line to this. Should I bother doing that now, or maybe I'll just come back later if it doesn't work? Did I see Win27? These kids are getting crazy with their school-provided laptops. Windows 2 minus 7? No way. Alright, so now... Close these, we don't need these anymore, I don't think. You had no GTK2 apps. I probably don't, if I'm honest. Colors. Alright, install from file. And we want to grab these. Oh, hang on. It's a plasma color scheme. There we go. Sick. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're getting there. It's happening. All right, so, yeah, true. All right, we'll get the fonts installed. Oh, well, Dolphin was not happy about that, but I assume, yeah, I assume that's just because shit is changing and it didn't update. All right, so, damn it, that actually hurt. I think I scratched a pimple on my neck. Oof. Fonts. Where's fonts? Oh, they're not included. I see. I see. I'm gonna have to grab them from a real Windows. Ew. I must be able to just download them. It's probably just on GitHub somewhere. You know what I mean? Yeah, probably. I'll probably just use this. I assume these are. I wonder if these are valid. Should I actually? I don't know if I trust whether they haven't been tampered with. When you installed that config tool, it also installed GTK. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess not. I guess not. I mean, to be honest, I'm a Qt guy anyway. I'm not the biggest fan of fucking GTK. Here we go. These are probably it. Oh man, I need all these as well. I need fixed sys as well. Oh, these are all Seago and fixed sys. Okay. Grab them from the AUR. True. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I knew these were in here. I was even like, while I was Googling, I was even like, how does the AUR get them? But I'm just like, just get them. Just get them from the AUR. Seago. Seago run. Run, go, run. Does this actually have the Seago in it, or do I have to install, I might have to install, Win 10. Yeah. The Win 10 fonts as well. These. Yes. It's okay. May as well have these as well. Sugoi. I could install the 11. It's all the same, right? Win 11, please. I assume they're all... Did Windows 11 actually introduce any new fonts? I feel like for what we need, this will get us everything we need. It changed a ton of fonts. Well, I mean, we're going for Windows 7 anyway, though, right? Oh, it changed. It did change them. Download the 10. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. I actually didn't know that it changed. I assumed they'd be the same. The only reason I didn't pick 11 was because I was just like, I just assumed Windows 10 would be simpler. I didn't know that it actually changed. Don't pronounce Seago syllables in reverse order. Worst mistake of my life. This is a broken package, is it? Damn. This is not very encouraging. It's still weird. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? Still waiting for Windows 9, guys. True. Gotcha. Okay. So if I install this one, does it have to download like a whole ISO, but it might work anyway? Is that what I read from very, very, very quickly skimming all of that? No, interesting. Where's Windows 8.2? That's what I'm saying. Interesting. So it still can't get these either. So I guess... Okay, so we do want the Windows 10 fonts, but the Windows 10 packages are broken, it would seem. Windows 9 is actually Windows Server 2016. Yeah, one sec. Oh, you're gonna hook a brother up? I could just load up a Windows 10 VM. It's just inconvenient. You know what I mean? There's a pinned comment. Package is based on this. Yeah, differs in it automatically downloads fonts from Microsoft if possible. Without okay, yeah. Polkit allows the user to create loop devices. Okay. Well, that doesn't really tell me anything, but maybe there's a pinned comment on here as well. Oh, here we go. This is probably what you meant. I get an error that the sources cannot be downloaded. Please read the instructions at the top of the... Oh, okay, so I actually have to do something. I see. But sorry, you guys heard that. I got the stuff. All right, well, we might. I might have what I need anyway, courtesy of Wham with Wham. Nice. All right, thanks. I mean, yeah, I probably could have Discord jump scare. I know, everyone got debated just now. Sorry about that. Apparently there's instructions. How is this supposed to work? Oh, I was supposed to provide an ISO. I think. Yeah, okay. I was supposed to... Okay, well, so that's why that doesn't work. Alright, well, cool. Doesn't matter, because now we have the fonts. I got the stuff. Where did these go again? I've forgotten where the Linux font folder is. It's /user/share/fonts, and then we'll make a Windows in order to organize it. Yeah, I know I could put them in dot fonts, but I feel like the guide recommends making them system wide, and my thinking is that's probably a good idea just because it's like a theme, and maybe like if it's in my user folder, it won't have access to them on a system level, and maybe that's a bad thing. That's just me like guessing, but I assume this is probably just the easiest thing to do. Cool. And yeah, we'll run the FC cache. Do I need to run it as sudo? Probably, if it's like the system. Just in case. Okay. Anyway. Install the window decoration. So this is like a library of some kind. Okay. Smargd. Alright, we'll copy that to lib. Actually, I'll do it in terminal because I'll need sudo anyway to do this. Alright, the window decoration requires an emerald theme to be present as well. If to install a theme, move the following directory. If it doesn't appear, enable viewing hidden files. Move the following directory to the home directory. Okay, I was like, where do I move it to? Alright. Oh yeah, okay. It is there, it's just... Okay, dot emerald to... I guess I'll do a CP. Cool, alright. Window decorations. It gives so files a DLL icon, that's too cute. Does it? I missed that. Oh wow, you're right. Hell yeah. That's a good attention to detail. Alright. Smargd. Cool. Okay. Oh wait, I haven't set any of the fucking fonts. What am I doing? Alright, so this is gonna be no, I haven't. Wait, is it not available yet? Did I screw up the install? Actually, maybe I have to like close and open that. There it is. Okay, yeah, I just had to close and open. General CGO at 9 apparently. Fixed width is fixed sys at 11. I mean, not much. Not many options there. Small is Sigu at 8. Toolbar is Sigu at 9. Window title is... Oh, menu is again at 9. Window title is at 9. Anti-aliasing on, subpixel rendering RGB, hinting slight. Alright. Apply. Yeah, again, it's I think it's right. It's just it doesn't look exactly the same because of the font rendering on Linux, but I guess, well, we'll see what it says if there's much to do about that. Bring back my glass desktop. Hell, make it ray traced. I got the hardware. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're doing. All right, so that's okay. I don't think I need to compile it. Reflection effect. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're adding some extra functionality to the compositor. All right. I should have extra CMake modules. What was the install script to? I don't know if I trust just running a script. Okay, well, it's all normal stuff, I guess. Nothing nefarious in it, as long as there's nothing nefarious in the CMake or the or anything like that. The highlight around the title bar text is so corny, starting to think Aero might have been failed. Oh yeah, there is a slight highlight. You know, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, so yeah, all right. Let's see, what have we got? Plasma widgets, user. Yeah, I guess we do need this stuff, so the folder found here to there. Does that mean the whole folder, or? Sure, plasma. So if I make a plasmoids folder, do I copy like just the contents or the user folder? I'm gonna save the contents, but I guess I can make the user folder later on. Is Linux font rendering too good? Is that the issue? Kind of. It's like too smooth, I think. For like Windows is much harsher. I don't know what something's stuck in my throat, I think. Must be all the semen I was drinking this morning. Anyway, it doesn't hint fonts correctly. Is it that it's not correct, or is it just different? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know enough about font rendering. It is just incorrect. Interesting. Okay, so to the orb to stick out of the panel. Yeah, that is what I want. Oh, so I have to move it to. Oh, okay. So I wasn't necessarily supposed to copy all of them. I just have. All right, I understand now. There's stuff about it. Yeah, I'll read that a little later. I'll read that when we get through this. I just don't want to get distracted. Okay, so wait, is this the source? No, it's not. All right, so before installing 7 Start normally, move the following file to. All right. Hang on. I'm getting a little confused. So it says I can. Hang on. Let's just start this over. So I can copy, for example, show desktop. These are source, okay. And maybe I'll throw the digital clock in. Sure. And then. Okay. And then for 7 start, I want to copy this to applet 7 start to /user/lib/qt/plugin/plasma/applets. Okay. And then 7 tasks. This library is used to create this effect. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay. This is an incredible attention to detail, actually. I'd forgotten that Windows actually did that. Alright, why not? 7 tasks, alright. Okay. It is possible to toggle showing labels by toggling the show labels on taskbar button. So I think. Oh, do I have to? Do I replace the task manager with that? Oh, okay, I gotcha. So, okay, so I add. Is it there yet, or do I have to like refresh it somehow? I might have to like restart. Clock. I might have to restart Plasma or something like that. This Plasmoid doesn't require additional configuration after installation if other steps have been completed. If for some reason the font and size do not look appropriate, set them to the following. Okay. These changes will reset every time. Oh, okay. Modify system tray. Fine. All right. We'll do the system tray. Why not? System tray. Okay. Plasmoids. Okay. Yeah. Keyboard layout switcher. I don't have any other keyboard layouts. I don't know if that's super necessary. I mean, I guess we could just cause, but okay, desktop icons. I guess, I guess I'll go full force, but I feel like some of this stuff I'm gonna like disable later on. I'll install everything just for the full experience, but like I don't know if I'll care so much about like the modified system tray or the keyboard layout, but like I'll do it anyway. How far can this theoretically go? I guess as far as I mean, I'll just get through the instructions, but I mean, in theory, universally, I'm sure someone could go very far with this if they wanted to. All right. Tooltips. Oh, that's interesting. Move the following file, this, to private. All right. Task switcher. I guess the task switcher is fun. I like that. Kwin. I have to make the directory. Now when you finish, you gotta run a Windows 7 VM and have your Linux theme, Windows 7 theme in the same frame. I guess I could, yeah. Oops. Okay, and then thumbnail 7, the whole folder. Okay. I guess I should probably be restarting Plasma and actually like checking that these are actually working. Let's see. Does this command actually work? Someone posted in chat. Cool. Excellent. So if I add now murder Plasma moment. Yep. So if I try to add here we go. 7 tasks. Oh, it's still not there. Really? Strange. Did I copy it? Yes, I copied it. Like, did you not see? That's what I've been doing this whole time. Alright, hang on. Which one was it again? So I'm currently trying to do, like, yeah, 7 tasks. Got the plasmoids folder. Did I? It's all it said was the folder and really move the directory. Oh, I thought about it, but I didn't. I wondered if I was supposed to move the folder as well. I feel like the instructions are not super clear because it's like, like it says to copy the folder here, and I'm like, okay, sure. But then it says here, just move this, and I'm like, okay, so I guess I don't need to move a folder. They are just a bit funky. Okay, well, okay, I'll keep that in mind. So does that mean the folder has to go? I have to find it now. It's in Plasma widgets user. So this also go in the user plasmoids folder, or does this have to go into a system plasmoids folder? I assume because it only mentions user that it only has to go in the user one, but like user plasmoids, okay. The instructions throth that you was a long-time Linux user, but you are not. You are clearly 1 month Linux user. Yeah, good one. Anyway, alright, so we'll copy those in here. I guess so. And then we'll do it again. Assumption makes sense given the other folder only has. Yeah, I think you're right. Is this the right one? Yeah. Come on. 7 tasks. Here we go. Cool. Nice. That should be remained to CMD. No thanks. I hate CMD. Oh god. I also need the start. Right? Yeah. Cool. But I need like rename console to CMD. No, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Okay. So I don't need 2 task switches, obviously. So I'll get rid of this one for now. All right, and then I do want the labels to show. That's kind of my thing. So configure. I don't do grouping. Show labels. There it is. Yay! Except it didn't do it. There we go. I had to click OK, I guess. Wild. Hey, that's fun. Get out of here. All right, so does look quite cute. Not gonna lie, it does look good. Just trying to see what am I missing on the to the start button. is supposed to like pop out, right? So there's a feature that allows the orb to stick out of the panel. Yeah. So although not fair. Oh yeah, don't ignore that. That's from an earlier attempt to get the fonts installed, but we got the fonts another way thanks to Wham in the chat. So how do I get this pop out to happen? It's only if the panel is smaller, really? It seems to scale with the panel. I don't, oh shit! I don't know what it was before. What's the correct size of a Windows 7? Windows 7 taskbar height. In pixels. 40, but I want the small one because I don't want the big one. If I get smaller, then oh yeah, maybe. Let's try that. Smaller. And then I know this is ridiculously small. It's just so I can test it. Force constant orb size. Apparently not. 40 pixels on large icons and 30 pixels on small. Actually, so mine was pretty close already. It's working? Oh, I missed it. Did it actually do something? I was looking away. Oh, okay. Huh. So, okay, so I have to be out of edit mode, I guess. So if it's 30, which is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, okay. Cool. That works. Gotcha. Nice. Alright, so... System tray. This is another thing that I have to replace, I guess. Add widgets. System tray. Is that doesn't look like the Windows 7 one. What was it called again? It was like... Oh, maybe it's just like, oh no, it is working. This is like, it's like an add-on to the existing system tray. I see. And then we want the like, show desktop thing. Show desktop. Yeah, we want this. No, not just in the middle of the desktop. We need it on here. Show desktop. And it needs to be on the far right side, not the far left side. How do I... Why is it not moving? Oh, I need to be in edit mode, I guess. I'm not in edit mode. Okay. Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there it is. Except it doesn't... Oh, it doesn't do anything. Do I need to set something? Oh, okay. So it attempts to run this, apparently. Which doesn't do anything. What does this do? Oh, that works. So why was it set to do this? Interesting. Huh. This honestly looks more like one of those skins that gave you crappy macOS UI on Windows. Like I said earlier on, it's... I don't know if it'll ever... Like, it's hard to get this to look like just right, because it's a completely different operating system. Okay, desktop containment. Did I move this in? Plasmoids. Or org.ad.desktop containment. Yes, I did. Okay, so our desktop icon should look... Oh yeah, they do. I guess they look a little... They look more Windows 7-y, right? Just decomp the Windows 7 shell. True! I mean, if Wham is like porting ReactOS components to fucking TypeScript, there's no real reason you couldn't port the Windows 7 shell to Linux. Tooltips. How would I check for tooltips? Because I did this. Did I? Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I haven't done this yet. Let's see. Yeah, I have. So yeah, how would I trigger a tooltip so I would know so I would know if that worked? I guess I can do the task switcher while we're here. Should be thumbnail 7. Okay. Yeah, seems about right. Decompile D3D hell. You won't. You know, we may end up decompiling Direct3D retained mode. That's a stark possibility, I will say. Move the KDE show desktop button. Oh yeah, true. I never actually, funnily enough, I never actually used this button. So when I looked at it, I didn't even notice it. I always just use Win-D to like go to the desktop. So yeah, this is kind of a waste of space technically. Remove peek at desktop. I'm gonna remove that on my host as well, just because I realized I never use it. I have no gain from it being there. Hover over anything to see a tooltip. Is that what it should look like though? Like I was expecting, when I hear tooltip, I'm thinking of, I guess so. Windy? Oh, was there wind in the mic? Shouldn't have been, because like, I don't have my air conditioning on. We're expecting bright yellow. I guess I was, but I guess that's XP really. Oh, windy. I see. Yeah, true. You're right. Oh, what a cool theme. Hell yeah. I think that's Royale Noir, isn't it? The effects thing when you installed earlier for the taskbar colors. I think so, yeah. I should have the date time. Yeah, I haven't replaced this yet. Add, what's it called? Or did I not install it? Oh, I think I didn't install it yet. When are you switching over to Linux to get started? Good question. I don't know. I've just been chatting for the last 3.5 hours, you know? Just having so much fun. Let me see. Sorry, I got task switcher. Oh, interesting. Splash screen, eh? Hang on, yeah, the clock. Did I? Oh, it's called digital clock light. I looked up, I think I typed in date. Clock. Yeah, okay, that's gotta be it, right? Then I gotta move it over, hang on. Alright. I mean, there's a bit too much padding on it, I think, but... Hang on, I need to... Does this website have screenshots of Windows 7 yet? No, they died at Longhorn 4015. I need a screenshot of Windows 7 to compare now. Do I have to have some guy in it? For fuck's sake. Desktop. Yeah, here we go. Is this like full res or nah? I guess it's close enough. So if I had this full height, which would be 40, in theory that should be time and date. Show date, apply. Oh god, that's a longer date than yeah. Okay, short date. Okay, yeah. Again, it's not the text rendering is not quite right, but I mean it's fairly close. It still seems like it's a bit too much padding on the sides. I don't know if there's much I can do about that though. One sec, what? What happened? Increase the font size? This was like supposed to be the font size though, right? What's this? Is this a screenshot of Windows 7? Oh, nice. Cool. Oh, I guess it is that wide. Is it really? I guess maybe I always had it, Why do I not remember it being that wide? You can just install a Windows 7 VM. I would have one available. I would be able to like start one. Why does... Hang on, okay. Tell you what. Let's start a Windows 7 VM. What have I got? Oh, do I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, maybe I'm between Windows 7 VMs. That would be really embarrassing. Ah, shit. Do I actually have to install Windows 7 right now? Oh no. I could have sworn there was not that much padding. But maybe it's because I did spend a lot of time using Windows 7 with like classic theme enabled. So maybe that's why I'm remembering more. Natively on modern hardware, you know, maybe one of these days. I do say on, I have said before that I'd be interested in installing XP on my computer. Like, because that might actually pose some interesting challenges. It's the kind of thing where it would be challenging because, you know, XP is getting old, but where there's a chance it could work perfectly because I believe one of the graphics cards I have, I believe the RX 570, someone has gone to the effort of backporting the Windows 7 64-bit driver to XP 64-bit. You know, so as soon as you have graphics acceleration, you're like pretty close to a usable system. So it's the kind of thing where it's I think a high risk, high reward situation where, you know, it could be quite good. XP is harder than 98 from my experience. That would track. I could believe that because 98 is like super simple. There are like clunky things about 98 for sure that are like that make it hard for other reasons, but there's also a lot of things about it that make it quite easy.
It would be like a Micah Hinged video where everything goes wrong tier 100.
It would, I think. Yeah, you're right. I do have a Windows 7 disk image, but I wonder what state that's in. Is that in like a usable state or not? I might have just made a disk image and never like installed anything on it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Alright, well, in that case, I think we have no other option. We must start installing Windows 7 to provide a true interactive side-by-side. In which case, I may as well get that started now. There's nothing else for it. Let's see, hang on. Just give me 1 second to get this VM set up. Bimbos 7. Okay. All right. Let me get a window in on OBS. Oops, not a new scene, new object. It's taken more than 1 second. My bad. All right. Wow, in the time that I was adding the window to OBS, the installer has already started. Okay. Well, while we're working, I'll have this going on in the background. Yes. In fact, I could even hook this up to my GPU pass-through, except for the fact that the GPU is currently being used by my Linux virtual machine. Oh, and I have to install some VirtIO drivers real quick. Hang on. Do that off stream because it's not very interesting. I have the ISO somewhere. Right here. Yeah, right here. Right here, right now. Cool. Yeah. I've known you like 15 years now, still finding excuses to install Windows. Use a pre-made VM. I could, but I also should have... I know this will sound exactly like what Tingle said. I'm finding an excuse to install it. I should have a Windows 7 VM. I'm surprised that I don't have one on hand already. Okay, so let's see. See if we can load a driver from Virt.io. Oh, I have to, I think, browse for it specifically. It is it SCSI? No. Oh wait, hang on. There was more in there. It's store probably. Yes. Yes. Since I maintain a project with wide Windows compatibility from 2000 to 11, I have a lot of VMs. True, that's fun. I should have a lot of VMs, but they're kind of all in there we go, nice. So there was, it does seem like there was at one point a Windows 7 install on here. Maybe it's an EFI install, and I'm trying to boot like in MBR. I think if it's worth actually like seeing if that's true or not, or just if I should just go ahead with the installer. I guess I'll test it first. Just in case. Pinged you with screenshots. Yeah, I saw them, but I still figure I may as well get the get a real VM, get my own VM set up. Just so that we can like interactively compare side by side. I know we could do it all through like screenshots, but yeah, it'll just be once it's set up, it'll be easier to just have it there, you know. Alright, let's just do it. Let's just go for it. See what happens. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in EFI mode. Fascinating. Oh, for God's sake. Oh no. I picked the wrong EFI. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. The answer is... hang on. Where is it? The answer is I do have a Windows 7 VM. Oh, there is one problem though, which is... Do I have any graphics acceleration? Can I get graphics acceleration on here? Because if I can't, then we're no better off. I assume I have QXL on this thing. Yes, I do. I don't know if that's enough to enable Aero though. We'll have to see. That was fast. No, I didn't end up having to install it. I already had one. It was just not set up how I thought it was. Well. Oh yeah, I need to add a I hate having to add CDs to this thing. I have to add a CD so I can just try and install the graphics driver, and if that doesn't help, then I might need one in like VMware or something. I mean, like I said, ordinarily I would have this. I could hook this up to my real hardware GPU, but QXL won't give you Aero. Damn. Is AutoForce Aero in the registry GPU still needs to support DX9 though? Yeah, this probably doesn't. Just in case, I'll try it, but I think you're probably right that QXL won't give me Aero, in which case I might need VMware. Use VMware, download the VMware tools from version 10. Is that when they stopped? Is that the last version before they started sucking? I have noticed that they started sucking at some point recently. Okay, so just in case, just because this will be like relatively quick. QXL. Here we go. And we'll have to restart, that's fine. They started sucking! True. Does QXL support Vulkan? Could shove DXVK into VM? No, I don't think so. QXL I don't think has much 3D acceleration at all. But I think with like VertIO you could theoretically do something like that. Apparently it's 100 Hertz. I'm surprised about that. Alright, let's see. Personalize. Windows 7. No. Nah, that's not happy. Advanced. Do we even have DirectX 9 available? We probably don't. Better in VMware. No, I know. Like, the reason I don't use VMware much nowadays is because I always like hook up to my my hardware GPU, but I'm already using it, so I can't. Yeah, there's no nothing, unfortunately. At some point, it would be interesting to try hooking up like DXVK and VertIO with Windows 7 and see if like that could get Direct 3D. But yeah, I mean, not right now. that's a later project. Okay. Just get another GPU. You know, I did in the past have 3 GPUs in my computer for that exact reason. Well, not for that exact reason. So I could run even older OSs. Running the Windows Experience thing. Well, no, because even DXDiag said that like there was no 3D acceleration. So I don't think that would work. But the thing is, it's actually really hard to fit 3 GPUs inside an ordinary case. They're just not really designed for you to do that. And B, I have other things that I could do with a third full-size PCIe slot. Yeah, I mean, VirtualBox would work, but I prefer VMware. VMware, I think, has better graphics acceleration. 4 GPUs. I mean, there is such thing as virtual GPUs, you know? Like, some GPUs will let you slice up the GPU and, like, hand different parts to virtual machines. So, like, kind of, but that's still a really new technology. And, like, NVIDIA tries to lock that technology to their, was it Quattro? Is that the correct? Quadro. Why did I think it was a T? Anyway, NVIDIA tries to lock that to their more expensive cards. I think that functionality technically exists in the GeForce cards, but like you have to hack around with the driver to get it, and then if you ever upgrade the driver, you have to do it again. Switch to a mining motherboard, 30 GPUs. I mean, I'll be honest, I've thought about it. I would love to have, you know, there's so many things you can do with GPUs in virtual machines. Only Intel allows it at the consumer level. Yeah, and then the problem is, I've talked about this before, but like Intel allowed it until 11th gen, and then they were like, we're gonna drop this feature and replace it with something else. And then they were like, never mind. We still haven't like added that functionality into the Linux kernel driver yet. So you can't. We've replaced that feature with something else, but you can't use it yet. Is essentially like the current situation. NVIDIA now supports it. That's good. Intel is such a pain. Yeah, I've tried. I have tried. I need a motherboard with 100 GPUs. True. Janky drive. Yeah, I remember when I was briefly on an NVIDIA driver on NVIDIA card on Linux. I tried it. My recollection was it worked, but then it fucked up Vulkan support, so I couldn't play any games, any like Steam games, because they all go through DXVK. So my recollection is, yeah, I got it working on an NVIDIA card with hacked up drivers. This was like a 1660, I think. But But yeah, it broke Vulkan, and I was just like, I can't do anything with that. The hell? Alright, whatever. Okay, here we go. So... I've almost got this set up. Just need to get the Windows 7 ISO in and then we're good to go. Okay. Cool. All right, here we go. We're installing Windows 7 again. We're installing it on the on VMware just because I need hardware acceleration without using a real graphics card. I would love to have a third graphics card in my PC, but here's the thing: if you take a look at a modern motherboard. I'm turning off my other virtual machine. All right, we'll just get this installing. It won't take too long, I don't think. Okay, accept, don't care, whatever you say. Yes, cool, go ahead. And okay, so we should be good to go. Anyway, if you look at a modern motherboard, like this is the one I have, it's a oops, put the dash in the wrong place, it's a Z590A. So check out the layout of the motherboard and you'll see what I mean by like how hard it is. I'm trying to get a high-res image about how hard it can be to... Damn it, for fuck's sake. Because of the Windows 7 theme, the close button is bigger than I'm used to. Oh no! Alright, so you've got 3 full-size PCIe's. You're like, cool. Ideally, that should mean that I could plug 3 graphics cards in. Well, in theory, kind of. But remember, almost all modern graphics cards are double height. So, okay. Double height here, that's okay. Double height here, I mean, you lose this slot. Not ideal, but alright. This, unless you have a case that has extra space at the bottom, most of them don't, you cannot plug a double slot, a double size card in here. Can't you get single slot ones? You can, but either you'll be spending more money, or because the cooling the cooling system has to be smaller, it makes more noise, which is a problem for me because I record audio here, or they're just old and really underpowered. So you can get single slot ones. In fact, the one that you would probably want to get is the WX5100 because macOS supports this one. It's one of the very, very, very few single slot GPUs that macOS does support at all. But it is less powerful than an RX 570, or it's like about as powerful. I think the 7100 is about as powerful as an RX 570, and it costs like 4 times as much. So, yeah. Amount of lanes is also important. Yeah, to an extent. I have never run into that issue myself, but yeah, you would have to keep an eye on that. 3-way SLI, god damn. Single slot water cooling on my GPUs. I mean, yeah, that would have to be something like that, right? It would have to be like, and that would add like what, another $1,000, or not 1,000, but like another probably several hundreds worth of dollars to my rig. So yeah, I mean, it's doable. It's doable. It's just like it just gets increasingly more expensive. And keep in mind, I also have an internal card doing my capture card. My HDMI capture from my camera is also an internal card. Now, I think it would fit in here. But see, if I had 3 cards, if this was a double height card, then I can't have my capture card here. So it's like, in theory, it's doable. But yeah. I know I saw the link. I know RTX 4090 has 32 GPUs, but A, I'm a Linux user. B, I want to run macOS. A Linux user, and Nvidia kind of sucks on Linux. I mean, it's fine on Linux. It's just like it's less well functional. And that wasn't even English, for God's sake. And I want to be able to run macOS, which Apple has made sure will never work. Can you run one card on a PCIe riser? Probably, but I'd need a case that could mount it. I need enough space for it, yeah. I have looked into that as well, actually, because at one point I had the NZXT, that one case that everyone has. What is it? H510i or some shit like that. At one point I had this case, and it lets you, if you look at the back, yeah, it's got 2 slots on the side, which in theory you could plug a graphics card into. I think, what was the problem I ran into with this? I think I ran into an issue where, like, the cards I had here, like, were just a little bit too wide, and I guess I could just replace it with a card that is not too wide. I think I seem to remember I had an issue with where I wasn't able to use this. The correct answer is custom. Yeah, I think that is actually the correct answer. Is custom water cooling. What happened to QXL GPU? It works with macOS very well, 4 megabytes of video RAM. If you think QXL works on macOS, I don't think you've ever used macOS before. Sorry to say. I think that case has enough I/O ports. That is actually 100% true. That was my biggest problem with it when I had it, was it's got like 3 ports on the front, and like it's got a USB-A and a USB-C and a headphone jack, and that's it. So yeah, kind of cringe. And also, I actually do have an optical drive in my computer. I know that like no one cares about optical drives anymore, but you know, sometimes you gotta burn a disc and play it on your Philips CDI. You know what I mean? My current case is actually pretty good. It's what is it? I actually forget the name of it. It's yeah, it's this one. It's this one. It's a big motherfucker. But what's good about this case, what I like about this case, is it's no wonder I couldn't remember it. It's the HAF-UXP Evo. What I like about this case is that the slots on the back. Is that really the? Hang on. It's one of the very few cases that actually does provide a little bit of a gap underneath the bottom. Remember when I was like, you know, most cases only give you 1 slot at the bottom, not 2 slots. This is the only case I've found so far that actually gives you an extra slot's worth of space at the bottom. So I am able to plug a double height GPU here. My only issue right now is, like I said, my capture card goes here, or here. I have to have my capture card in one of these, which means I can't have a third double height GPU anywhere. I can have a double height here and a double height here, but not here. Ugly as shit though. Yeah, I mean, it's not a... It's function over form. And a lot of my stuff is like that. I guess I'm a little bit utilitarian in that scenario. If there's a way... If there was a way to like... looks like a photocopier. It actually kind of does, like an office printer. If there was a way to like use a riser and like hook it into up here, I don't know if you can see that. It might be behind the chat. If there was a way to like use a riser to hook the GPU up here, then I could do it, I think. But there's no built-in way to do that.
Should I got a case just like that on my new server tier 100?
Hell yeah. You're still using the new case you built? No. That's another thing. Long-time stream viewers will know that at the start of the year I built my own case. I built it almost specifically, and having an extra slot at the bottom was one of the things I built into the design. But it turns out that building your own case is really hard, and even after spending a really long time on it, it still wasn't great. So, so I ended up not keeping it. I mean, I still have it somewhere, and my plan is I'll make a video about it, just to be like, you know, I did this thing and it didn't work out really well. But yeah, I did at one point. I just joined the stream. It is so cursed to see console with Bash and Dolphin in a Windows 7 taskbar. Hey, welcome in, and yes, you're correct. We're taking a brief break to talk about just random shit and install Windows 7 on a virtual machine so that we can have a live, interactive, side-by-side comparison. VMware Tools. I did download VMware Tools 10, just like someone suggested, because I agree that VMware Tools really fell off. A second stream PC just for capture and streaming part. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the two PC approach, just because I don't know what it is about me. I like everything. I guess I'm a slut for centralization, because I really like having everything in one place. I don't have like a separate workbench. Like I do my soldering here, I do my like disassembling here, and I have my computer here, and I want all my operating systems to be on the same computer. I don't want to have to unplug and replug anything in. I don't want to have two keyboards and mouses or anything like that. I don't want to have to deal with like there's software that I know that can allow you to use a keyboard and mouse like networked between two computers, but like I don't want to deal with that like not working and having to find a keyboard and mouse or anything like that. It's just, yeah, like I said, I think I'm just the kind of person who likes everything in one place, even though it's like technically you could argue like it's a single point of failure and that's bad. I just prefer it that way. That's just me. Two PCs solve a lot of issues with stream stuff, but it's definitely much nicer to just have a computer. I find that at this point, I don't have any issues with like stream stuff, but technically I have two PCs. It's just that one of them is virtual. Like I don't stream the desktop of my stream PC, my host PC. But technically the PC that I do stream is a separate computer. But yeah, otherwise, all my issues used to be performance related. Now it's definitely not the issue. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. If I was playing like modern games, I might like I can see why you'd want like one PC that's like set up 100% for the game and one PC set up like 100% for the stream. But my CPU is not being taxed by me decompiling Lego Island, so yeah, this is not for me. That's just not an issue. But like I said, technically, the computer that I stream and the computer that I stream with are separate, but it's all the same hardware. Okay, so. Gotta start. All right, so I guess I can share the VM. So it finished installing, and why not? I know. Honestly, I should be using AI to decompile Lego Island for me, and then that would probably be heavy on the GPU, right? It's unfortunate that Bluetooth is dog shit. True. Though, I have to say, by the time I replaced my Surface laptop with a ThinkPad, a lot of my Bluetooth issues got fixed. So I guess the point is some hardware is better than others. Or some hardware, I guess, is a lot worse than others, more specifically. There you go. Good call. True. Yeah, it worked. Like, I was a little worried because what I was worried about was I picked the AMD version of the ThinkPad because basically everyone said that there was no reason to get the Intel one, except for the only reason they said was that the Intel Wi-Fi and Bluetooth was a little bit better than the AMD one, and that's kind of like one of the things where I was like, ah, shit. You know, that's one of the, like, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi is one of the biggest problems I have on the Surface Laptop 3. But it hasn't been an issue, really. Like, if I'm having worse Wi-Fi and Bluetooth than the Intel model would have had, then it hasn't been an issue for me so far. Isn't Bluetooth technically good? It's just no one implements it correctly. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know that that's true, but I could absolutely believe it. I think you could argue the same thing about OpenGL, in that a lot of OpenGL is fine. It's just a lot of the problems that people have with it is just completely implementation based. Yeah. AI-driven decompilation actually might be a good idea. I have thought about that before, that like, if you train, like, could you train an AI on the output of a specific compiler and then use that to generate source code? I mean, it probably won't be human readable source code because the AI still won't know things like, you know, it won't be able to look at a struct and be like, hey, this is a Smacker decoder or something like that. Or at least not without a lot of extra additional context, it wouldn't be able to figure that out. But, you know, it might actually be able to produce a recompilable source code, which would be something. So there's plenty of people looking into it right now, probably. I haven't heard much about it, but I have thought about it. Cool stream, just tuning in. I switched my 50-year-old parents to a Windows 7 lookalike Linux about 10 to 15 years back. It's great. Hell yeah. I guess that makes a lot of sense because, like, you know, then you get the theme, the familiar interface can kind of persist even while the OS gets updates on the back end. Yeah. Can you install a KDE theme for Windows 7? Yes. Yes. The answer is absolutely yes, because KDE is Qt based, so you just port it over, right? I think that would actually be really easy. I've run like KDE programs on Windows before. I've just like recompiled them myself on MinGW. But anyway, okay. So here we go. I guess we can have our side by side now. Yeah, right? Like, so if I make this a small taskbar, weird, really weird. Hang on, can I load like oh fuck's sake, it's Internet Explorer. Oh, I don't have any networking. I disabled the network on here for some reason. Oh, it's because I was worried it would like mess with the stream, but here's what's kind of weird is, oh, I can show it on the, yeah, that's how I'll do it. Oh, whoops. So I said earlier, 30, okay. And I'll hide the, yeah, I know the VM, I know, I'm just fixing something. I'm just getting this set up. So, wait, what, really? Yeah, okay. Weird. Very weird. I said earlier that it felt like there was kind of too much padding on the sides of the clock, and people sent me screenshots saying, no, that is how it's supposed to look. But now I'm on here and it's kind of like, well, I don't know, this seems like, maybe it's because it's small. Hang on, maybe if I up the resolution. Now it seems like there is less padding. But I don't want to. Maybe it's just like if I set it up to 1080, right? Is that it? I'm not sure about that. I'm not saying that. I don't think that it's like. I don't think that the screenshots are lying to me. I'm just saying that, like, strange. So, yeah. So I was get that out of here. I was saying this down here seemed like it had. Hang on, it was different before. Yeah, the padding has changed somehow. I'm gonna restart Plasma. Yeah, okay, here. I don't know how well you can see it. It's right underneath me. Right down there. And I was saying this looked like too much padding on the side. This looked like more padding than I remembered. And then people sent me screenshots like this one. There was basically, no, this is correct. There is this much padding on the left and the right. But now, I've got this virtual machine of Windows 7. Oops. And now it looks like I was right the first time that, like, there isn't that much padding. Or maybe there is, and I'm just like... I guess it's fairly close. Maybe it depends on the... Screenshot also has the AM. Yeah, that would be because it's a screenshot from Europe, and Europe uses 24-hour clocks, and America and Australia use 12-hour clocks. I wonder if that's it, actually. I wonder if we turned off the AM PM. Let me get that virtual machine back up. All right. So we're now in Windows 7 land. And a matter of fact, if it's going to be 1080, I may as well just scale it properly. Okay. So, I much prefer 24-hour even as an Aussie. I think 24-hour is definitely the better system because, you know, why does the same time occur twice in one day? That being said, I kind of find that I feel personally, for God's sake, this is being really difficult. Personally, I like looking at 12-hour time better, which I know is a silly thing to say. I feel like, whatever, fuck it, doesn't matter. The screen is 1 pixel off, and it's pissing me off, and I can't like move it. Because it keeps trying to hook into other things. Every time I try to drag it or like move it around, here we go. Okay, maybe this will work. Oh, it's still off. Fucking OBS! I swear to God, like I have to lock every single layer, even the ones underneath it somehow. Somehow the layers underneath are getting clicked before the. Okay, anyway, whatever. So. Let's see what happens if I, like, find a way to turn off the AM PM. I'm gonna guess the way to do it is change my region. So if I said, let's say I'm in Ireland. Yeah. Wow! It actually, do you see that? It got wider when I switched it to Ireland. Yeah! So I'm not actually crazy. I was thinking to myself, like, why don't I remember it being that wide? It's because it wasn't that wide for me. I would have been in Australia, and it would have looked like this. Yeah, it would have looked exactly like this. It got fucking wider when I switched it to a European time. I'm not crazy. I was right. I was actually right. Oh God. All right. Well, anyway. All right. Well, I'm glad I resolved that. I'm glad I figured out what the answer to that was. Yeah, you can see that's what I meant. That's what I mean by it got wider because the icons shifted over. Yeah, my screenshot is English UK. I wonder if it gets wider in UK as well. Yeah, it gets wider on UK as well. Crazy. Why would Microsoft gaslight me like this? I'm not crazy, obsessing over clock padding. Look, I didn't. I mean crazy as in, I wasn't. My memory is still good. Okay. I may be insane in other ways, but I was remembering correctly. It gets wider because of long year. Interesting. Even when the date is not shown. Let's take a look. Does this actually get longer if I switch this to... I might be misunderstanding though. It just seems to get wider. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Exactly. All right, well, man, I need to post that in the Discord because I just feel so upset that this was a thing. Isn't it getting longer because it's 12-hour PM instead of 24-hour clock? No, because it's getting longer when the AM and PM is not there. It's getting longer when the time gets shorter. See? Hang on, let me zoom it in. So this is US and Australia time, and it's narrow. But I switch to EU time, and the AM PM disappears, and it gets wider. It gets wider, guys. It gets wider. Anyway, no, I'm playing it up now. Let's just. All right, enough about this. Doesn't matter. I just wanted to get that out of the way. So anyway, it doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. So, what was the next step? Where was I even up to? So, keyboard layout switcher. I don't have any other keyboard layouts on here. I'm Australian. I only speak English, okay? I'm Australian, and that would also apply in America as well. You can also be American and only speak English. The task switcher I got, yeah. To install the splash screen, move the folder. What's the splash screen? Oh, that like loading screen when KDE loads. I see. Okay. Oh, wow. Is this actually going to replicate the Windows 7 splash screen? That's kind of fun. All right, so screen. Okay, so we move this folder to Plasma. Oops, to Plasma look minus and minus feel. All right. And then go to splash screen and wow, that's actually the login. That's going to be really interesting to see. The sounds, I think I'm not going to bother with the sounds because I have sounds disabled on all of my computers. Like I said earlier in the stream, my phone's been on vibrate for the last 10 years and I have notification sounds off on my computer, so I might just leave those off. Oh, yo, we gotta get it for wine. Yes! Okay, so that is so sick. Okay, so we go to wine, Vista, okay. Oh, so we actually just open up wine CFG. Can do that. It's in desktop integration, install theme. Oh, I have to deal with this god fucking awful wine dialogue. Oh, I hate wine's dialogue so much. Doesn't have any of my like bookmarks or sidebar or any shit like that. It was here. Wine. Okay, got it. Okay, so I installed it and then set to it. Okay. Yeah. And then I have to change the font, I guess. Hang on. Go to the entire item list. Oh, yo, it's actually Aero themed. Change the font everywhere to, how do I, oh, item, here, okay. So I have to change every font to, oh god. Okay, this is a little cumbersome. Seago 9. Okay, Seago 9. Okay, apply. Keep going. Oh, there's another one. Seago 9. You know the real bitch of this is that this is only for one wine prefix, and I usually run every app in its own wine prefix. So in theory, I'd have to do this for every single one. But I think this is just registry entry, so I think I can probably just make something that does this automatically. Okay. How's that look? Crazy. Absolutely insane. I always pronounce Seago Sugoi. We had this debate earlier because yeah, I pronounced it like a Japanese word as well. I said Sugoe or Sugoe, but no, we googled it. It is actually Seago. Why does Windows have like 3 different open save as dialogues while we're at it? Well, the technical answer is backwards compatibility because like for example, wait, I don't have Photoshop in here? What the fuck? Yeah, because when Photoshop or something like it hooks into a Windows dialog with all this extra shit, Microsoft figures when they introduce a new dialog that they probably shouldn't mess around with this stuff, with the ability for applications to predict what all this stuff is going to be. So when they add a new dialogue, they just leave the old dialogue in place. And that's why you can still load the Windows 3.1 dialogue in Windows 11, because something out there might be using it. I agree, it's very annoying. Yeah, there it is. I agree, it's very annoying, but that is technically the reason. I hate a lot of the old Windows dialogues. I particularly hate whenever I see this dialogue, I want to kill myself because like all of my like bookmarks are gone. They're just not there, and I hate that. So yeah, anyway, essentially that's the reason. It's because Photoshop might want to add this to the dialogue, and when Microsoft makes a new dialogue, they don't want to like break this, so they just leave the old one in place and make a new one. I don't understand why they'd introduce a brand new dialogue instead of just upgrading the system. Well, that's why. Just because my guess is Windows is full of cruft from like having to or trying to support or to keep supporting old stuff, and you know it's cool of them to do it, but it's also probably an explanation for a lot of like Windows's clunkiness. The one I hate the most is the really slim one that just shows directories. Which one's that? Actually, I might know what you're talking about. I think today you could probably do that better. Like you could probably do it the way that Wine does it, where it's like a translation layer that sits on top of Windows rather than being Windows itself. And maybe that is kind of how it works, where like the old APIs kind of call through to the newer APIs. It might be kind of like that already, but nowadays I think you'd have like an entire like Windows 95 bubble, and you'd probably like virtualize some of it, but then maybe give it direct access to the GPU, so like direct 3D stuff can go, can still use the GPU, something like that. But the reason they wouldn't have done that before is probably just because computers weren't very powerful back in the 90s, so you know they couldn't afford the extra overhead of like an entire compatibility layer. That's my guess. And yeah, now, as you say, it's probably too late. This one? Oh yeah. It's definitely, it would be better to have, this is the one by the way. It's better to have like the I think the hard part about this, yeah, it's just kind of, it's difficult to navigate, and you miss all your bookmarks on the side and stuff like that. Yeah, what you want is this one, which I think must have come later on, where you get the full dialogue, but it's like select folder. You know, I understand the point of this is the one where you select a folder, but realistically, this is the one you want. Yeah. Anyway, are we done? Is that all of them? Oh, hang on. We can change the terminal text to print Windows stuff. Man, I love that even Wine, like, so do I have Premiere on here? I should have fucking Photoshop on here. PP test. Oh, I guess I was just testing stuff. Well, the tests I'll delete. This doesn't look like... this is what I mean by, like, you can't get it spot on perfectly, because, like, this is what it's supposed to look like. Yeah. This is what it's supposed to look like. What is this? This is some pretend dialogue. Like I said, it's never gonna be 100%. Or, like, it could be, but it would take so much work for it to be 100%. What I want to grab real quick is, I want to actually get Photoshop on here, just because I know I'm going to use it. Actually no, I want to tar xzvf Photoshop to Wine, and that will just extract, it should at least. Oh, actually, no, it's, shit. I fucked up already. I think it's, is it -D that sets the output directory? No, it's -C. Alright. Should have remembered that, but I didn't. Okay, here we are. So yeah, that'll put Photoshop on here. And I'll go ahead and grab my menu item. Applications, yeah, here. Alright. So grab these and I'll copy them to the same place. Really? That's interesting. Oh yeah, something's... Huh. Permissions are strange on that file. That's okay though, because I only really care about Photoshop. Nice. And I will say, in Wine's credit, they do interesting. They do faithfully recreate. Why all my oh, is this because of the no, what? No, it can't be. Why is that happening? Why is half the text missing? Is that... No, because this isn't... I'm not even using the theme on this. What's going on there, huh? What's the weirdest produce you see where you are at the moment compared to Australia? I think, in my experience, I see a lot more. That it would be hard to narrow one down. I see a lot more produce here than I ever saw. I mean, in Canberra especially. That's weird. I've never seen this before. Am I missing a font or something? What am I missing here? Why is this so fucked up? I must be missing a font. Look at it. Look, there's a text missing here as well. Oops. I think I'm... Hang on. Let me install... Did I thought I installed this before. Yeah, I did. Maybe I need to go... Hang on. Photoshop. Maybe I need to install core fonts. No, I've not tried the web version of Photoshop. Yeah, and especially there's a lot of Asian immigration to SoCal, so I feel like I've seen my horizons are very much expanded from Australia. I find it difficult to actually narrow one down. Wait, really? No, never mind. Yo, Ben the Black Knight, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
God gave us online titties and Clive feed you. God
He
gave
did.
us online titties and Clive feed you.
Uh-oh, we're past the 4-hour mark, which means my bot has decided to duplicate the TTS. I think what happens is the bot, Twitch's token expires after 4 hours, so my bot refreshes and grabs a new token, but maybe it like recreates something twice, so it starts reading the notifications twice. So hey, if you want your notification read twice, now's the time to do it. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Yeah, I think it's a bug in my bot where it just like fucking it just fucking like recreates something too many times. Oh dear.
Hell yeah, I wanna be red twice. Hell yeah, I wanna be red twice.
Your wish is my command, apparently. Also, I don't know why that TTS monster, but the TTS monster doesn't go through my bot, so that wouldn't get doubled. Only the stuff only the Microsoft SAM lines get doubled at the moment. I don't know why that TTS monster didn't work. Hang on, let me do that again. Oh yeah, it was there. It was just really quiet. I just didn't hear it. I was too many farts, maybe. Do I have maybe my TTS monster is too quiet. Maybe I have it down too much. Let me try something real quick. Yeah. Oh, yo, what's this? What happened? Oh no.
TTS 44 to the price of 1 pod cheer 100. TTS 44 to the price
There
of
it is again.
pod cheer 100.
Classic. Man, I don't know enough about enough TTS monster copy pastors. There's a lot of good ones I see in other people's chats, but I don't know any of them off the top of my head. Here, let's try this. True. Is that it? Damn, I had a lot way more U's in there than that. Oh, it was okay. There we go. Okay, so that's all I needed to do. All the text is there now. So yeah, what I was gonna say was Wine very faithfully reproduces the ability for Photoshop to add this bullshit to the Windows save dialog, but the downside is we're stuck with the crappy XP dialogue I was complaining about earlier, and this is even a problem on Windows as well. That you don't get the nicer, newer dialogues just because Windows knows that Photoshop needs to do this. So anyway, yeah. Donors getting double the value for their bits. True, yeah. Look, 50% off for this stream only. Ayy. Anyway. Okay. I think we're pretty much done. I mean, I can change this font to fixed cis, but I don't know if I'm actually going to do this. Like I said earlier, it's fun, but what I just make the text work? Oh, I was just the Wine prefix was missing some Microsoft fonts. I installed core fonts through Winetricks, so stuff like and that's the really basic stuff that comes with every version of Windows, like Arial, Times New Roman, Comic Sans, Tahoma. I think it was just like Photoshop, yeah, uses some of that stuff. So Yeah, I could apply it to the Photoshop one as well. But I mean, I only had Photoshop up for fucking demonstration, to demonstrate something else. To Homer. Is that even how you pronounce it? It is, right? Because it's the same as Tacoma, the city in Washington. Is that Mac OS? No, it's wait, hang on. Is that Windows Vista? No, it's Mac OS. Yeah, honestly, yeah, we need to complete the effect with a Windows 7 wallpaper. Actually, I'm not even going to use one of these because, oh, actually, I forgot my VM isn't networked. I never bothered to pronounce it. Yeah, there's a lot of words like that, like Seago, where you see it written down, but you've never actually had to say it. You never actually had to pronounce it in front of people before. I think so, because there's a city in Washington called Tacoma. Microsoft, if you don't know, is based in Washington, in Seattle, and Tacoma is very, very close to Washington. And I believe Tacoma is it's like a romanization of a native dialect, and an alternate romanization is Tahoma, I believe. I believe that's where the name comes from. Or maybe, oh, the mountain, yeah, okay, so the mountain is known as Tahoma. But the city is named after the mountain, yeah, but uses, I think I'm correct. It's just confusing. Yeah, it's just a romanization. Anyway. When I was a youngin', I thought KD was pronounced Cuddy, similar to GNU as GNU. I've had a lot of situations like that. Like when I was growing up, I called the NES the NES and the SNES. I would pronounce just about any acronym if I could. And then as I got older and I realized that a lot of people don't do that, I tried to stop myself from doing that. But now that I'm older, I'm just kind of like, you know what? Actually, that's fun. Actually, I should just keep doing that. I should start doing that again. Just to start pronouncing acronyms for fun. That was a lot of history for something I used distastefully in PowerPoints. True. Yeah, I mean, I hate to sound like a nerd. Me, a nerd? Never. But there's actually kind of some fairly interesting Native American history in the Seattle area. Even the word Seattle is a native word. It's a romanization of a Native American word, I believe. Yeah, it is. So yeah, it's interesting, and there's a lot of names in that area that are in ways that are, in ways that are not in ways that other parts of America didn't do. There are a lot of names that are in this area that are based on Native American names. Like a lot of America just kind of fucked the natives off and named shit like Cambridge or whatever. But there's stuff like Tukwila, I believe that's a native word. Snohomish is certainly a native word. So there's a specific place that I'm looking for, but I can't find it anymore. I don't know that much about this area. I just think it's kind of fun that it's kind of like in Australia we have a lot of names that are that nowadays especially that we're kind of trying to make amends for the whole indigenous attempted genocide. Well, not attempted. But we're importing a lot of names from indigenous words. It seems like as the Europeans made their way across the country, they came down here and then they kind of conquered this bit last. And by the time they got to this bit, they were like, maybe conquering the natives wasn't that great of an idea, so maybe we'll start preserving some of their names. I feel but it took until they got up here for that to happen. And so, but I think that's kind of interesting. That's one of the out of all the places, this area seems to have done that more than most parts of America. We go hard on the native names here in Oklahoma. That's true, actually. Yeah. So there are definitely like pockets of it for sure. I think there's a lot of Native American preservations, I think, around here as well. But this is starting to stretch beyond my knowledge. I only know this area because I've like visited here a couple times. Wisconsin has some native names. Yeah, that makes sense. Michigan. Yeah, maybe it's like a Snoqualmie. Maybe it's like general like north, like maybe not the northeast, like where the first settlements happened, but maybe like all up here. Maybe I could believe that. Posted in Discord. I might just grab it. Like the reason I was hesitant to get it from the internet is because you never know how much like JPEG compression they might have run it through, or they might have resized it or fucked around with it. But like it's fine. I'll just set it. It's whatever. Unless if you want to get the default one, you can send the default one, but it's probably fine. California doesn't have many though. California was first colonized with Spanish. Yeah, that's all. That my perspective might be especially biased by the fact that most of the time I spent in America has been in California or Texas, both of which were conquered by the Spanish before the British, I guess. I was gonna say Europeans, but Spanish people are also Europeans. No offense to Canada, but Canada on that map looks like an out-of-bounds area terrain in a video game. That's kind of funny. I have to say that, like, Canada, I think, is the second largest country by area, I believe. Countries. Russia is obviously the biggest. Yeah, Canada's the second biggest. But, like, they're kind of... I mean, to be fair, Russia and Canada, they're kind of cheating. Because, like, most of that area is pretty uninhabitable. Like, yeah, it belongs to them, but, like, what are they doing with it, alright? You know what I mean? Anyway. California and Texas went from native Spain, Mexico, USA. Yeah, so I think my... I might be more fascinated by Washington than I should be, because that's where most of my experience comes from.
Cheer 100, thanks for keeping me entertained.
Okay.
I've been stuck at home sick for about a week and a half, and I'm very stir crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
BDW, any chance of the H2 overdrive today? Maybe if I ask twice. Cheer 100,
well,
thanks for keeping me entertained. I've been stuck at
I
home
can
sick
skip
for
two
about a
TSs,
week and a half,
but
and
it's
I'm
kind of
very
funny that
stir
it happens
crazy.
twice.
BDW, any chance of the H2 overdrive today? Maybe if I ask twice.
I don't think today, because I think I'm just gonna get off as soon as I'm done here. But hey, maybe one day. Here's what I'm not sure about. Why is the window color still like pink? Isn't it supposed to be like from the? Oh yeah, thanks for the 100 bits as well. I really appreciate that. Where's the color scheme coming from? Because we had what was I doing before? It was a GitLab, wasn't it? Yeah, this. Click use from current wallpaper. Ah, I see. It's still fairly pink. And none of these seem to... Hang on. I feel like, yeah, I don't know, I feel like this isn't really having much of an effect. What distro are you using? I have a bot command, !distro, I believe. I think it's !distro. Pink like me, well yeah. Maybe it's just supposed to be pink. Maybe you're supposed to pair it with like a pink wallpaper. It's Windows 7. True. Absolutely true. Color scheme. Yeah, I mean, maybe the colors are just like hard coded to this color scheme. Maybe. It's possible. But hey, I mean, it's pretty cool. I have to say, like, what it comes down to with these like themes that try to be other things, I think it all comes down to just having a having really good attention to detail. Like, I'm actually starting to use it like Windows. Like, ordinarily on Linux, I would use this pop-up, but like I actually pressed the start button because I thought it feels like Windows. Yeah, that's what I feel like. That's all that separates like something that's pretty faithful from something that's like not. It's all just attention to detail and like getting it all right. And I feel like they've done a really good job with this. Actually, I'm impressed. I will say. You spelled color wrong, American man. I spelled it the way I thought that the article would spell it, and I was right. Anyway, I'm using Linux then. No, it's Windows 7. Look at these Windows 7 things that I'm doing. Oh god. Which browser on Windows do you prefer? Right now I use Brave and Chrome. I have to admit, I know that open source people hate when I say this. I'm a slut for Chromium. I just think it just feels right. People have fought with me about this before, that I'm like, the user experience in Chromium feels better. And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? There is no user experience in a browser. And I'm like, well, there kind of is. For example, I like the fact that in Chrome, you can like drag tabs around, and they actually like drag around like this. In Firefox, unless they've changed it recently, all you get is like a little fucking icon, right? And then you have to like spawn a window, and only then can you like start to drag it around. Stuff like that. I know it's probably gonna seem super minor, but that's what's kept me on Chromium. So, anyway. There is UX in everything, actually. I agree. But yeah, anyway. Like I said, it's all minor stuff. And I have mained Firefox in the past. I have, and I may in the future. It's just that, in my experience, I find that Chromium just feels a little better for me. All right, fine. I was hoping someone wouldn't mention, or someone wouldn't catch it, but okay, sure. Yes. Someone in fucking, hang on, tab, icon, Firefox, where's the about config? Yeah, I was getting a preview before. Yes, if you're gonna insist that I show you the preview, I will show you the preview. Keep in mind, that's not what I said. I didn't say, oh, Chromium is great because it shows me a preview. I said Chromium is great because it shows me an actual fucking tab. So this does not change anything, but sure. To give Firefox an actual fair go. Alright. What was the actual fucking setting I changed? Tab... tab, icon... I don't fucking know. What was the setting that someone made me change? Because they were like, oh, this will fix it, and it fucking made it worse. Firefox, about config, hang on, disable tab preview. Control tab previews, is that it? No, that's not right. Preview, thumbnail. Which one did I say? Which one did someone make me change? I can't even fucking find it anymore. Hang on, show only modified. Tab. Thumbnail. I genuinely don't know what setting I changed. Icon? I use Firefox, but it definitely has the most compatibility issues. Works for me though. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame Firefox for that. It's not their fault that fucking everyone decided to use Chromium or WebKit as a base, that everyone else just kind of standardized on one web rendering engine. I mean, even WebKit is falling behind now. Safari is like has like the worst compatibility of all major browsers right now. So I don't necessarily blame Firefox for having less compatibility. Fuck's sake. Now I really want to change this back now, but I don't know which one it was. Tab. Show all. Tell you what, you know what I'm just gonna do? I'm just gonna reset. I'm just gonna delete Firefox's configuration. That'll probably just do it, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna, because it's not like I have anything in there. Okay. And it'll start over. Here we go. Once again, so Chrome, so one of the things I like about it is that user experience wise, you actually, when you like drag off a tab or drag it back in, it's actually the real tab. Cool, I like that. On Firefox, all you get is kind of a picture. And then you have to kind of, before you can actually like have a tab and know how big it is or anything like that, you have to drop it off and then you can start working with it. I prefer the other way. Yeah, anyway, so that's being fair to Firefox is, yes. Someone, last time I ranted about this, someone said, change this setting, this'll fix it, and all it did was disable the thumbnail and switch it to an icon instead. And I was like, no, that just made it worse. And I never changed it back, because I was like, fuck you guys. So, that's why it was an icon at the time. But it doesn't change the fact that a thumbnail is not any better as far as I'm concerned. Enable drag images? Oh, okay. So I was looking for like thumb and like icon and like tab, but it was none of those. It was drag images. Yes, I see it now, but like I was busy. I was busy. I can't read every single chat all the time while I'm working. But it doesn't matter because I reset it anyway, and my point still stands. My point has not changed. Anyway, and can I just say, I mean, not that it matters, but enable drag images was a really unintuitive name for that setting. No wonder I couldn't find it. Anyway. It all traces back to Conqueror. I guess you're right. Aren't, like, WebKit was theoretically forked from... WebKit was forked from KHTML, right? So there was KHTML, which was KDE's thing, and then that got, yeah, KHTML was KDE's browser engine. Then Apple forked that to WebKit to make Safari, and then Chrome used WebKit and eventually forked it to make Blink, which is now the not 182 HTML engine, which now powers Chromium and Edge, and then Firefox has remained independent with Gecko, not an actual Gecko, Gecko. This is Firefox's browser engine. And then Apple, who's still using WebKit, where Chrome came from, Apple is like, Apple is now falling behind because Google's just like, fuck you, we're going to take this in our own direction. So Google and Microsoft get the benefits of that. Apple doesn't get shit. And Firefox also doesn't get shit, but I think they try harder than Apple does, because Apple is probably just like, fuck you too. Blink-182 works this as well. Yeah, you're right. Would this theme be permanent or just an occasion? Fuck you too. Blink-182 is now my best friend. I mean, I'll hold on to it for now. The thing is, I'll probably get tired of it eventually. Oh, interesting. Yeah, what I wanted to see was, if I log out, I wanted to see the splash screen. WebKit is the most obsolete. WebKit has none of them are like obsolete technically. They're all like kept up to date, I think. But WebKit, I think it lags behind the most, or it's the one that has the most. Oh shit! Oh no! I just realized. WebKit, I think, has the most compatibility issues. Generally speaking, but like they it's not like they don't update it. It's just that Apple probably doesn't care. Apple likes to do their own thing as well. Whereas, you know, Firefox probably can't get away with doing their own thing. They probably don't have the money or the market share to do it. Whereas Apple is just kind of like, well, that's fine if Google wants to do that, but over here in Apple land with our Apple websites, we don't need to. You know, that's probably just how they feel. Hang on a sec. So let me fix this. I forgot that my shit breaks if I'm. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. So. Here we go. Okay. Wow. I mean, it's fake, obviously. They've just kind of, it's kind of a probably like a GIF or something, but it's just an animation, but it's kind of fun, right? It does add a little bit to the authenticity. The PS3 web browser uses WebKit too. Yeah, WebKit is really popular. Probably because my guess is they might have licensed it under BSD. License LGPL and BSD. Yeah, I mean these are all relatively permissive licenses. What's Blink use? What's Blink licensed under? I guess it would have to be licensed fairly similarly. Okay. Yeah, WebKit was kind of the go-to, you know, even Chrome used WebKit for a while. But I'm not sure why stuff doesn't use Blink even now. It seems like even now stuff generally defaults to WebKit. Maybe they don't trust Google. But yeah, WebKit is used on the PS3, it's used on the Switch as well. It's used, I think, on most modern consoles. I don't know why they wouldn't use Blink, but whatever. You should use the apply plasma settings option under the STDM settings. Interesting. I didn't know this was a thing. Alright. Oops, I misspelled my freaking password. Doesn't seem to have changed all that much, unfortunately. Except Xbox. Yeah, Xbox obviously uses fucking Internet Explorer. Cringe. DuckDuckGo desktop browsers, WebKit IRC. Interesting, yeah. Nintendo used whatever Opera used. I think Opera used, hang on. Doesn't seem to work. Yeah, apparently not. WebKit, yeah, I think Opera also uses WebKit. Oh, the current edition is based on Chromium. I don't know which version it would have been. Yeah, it depends, I guess. It uses Edge now. Yeah, so I guess now it would be just as good as Chromium. Oh well. So yeah, fun. Like I said, this is I'll probably hold on to like at least bits and pieces from this, but it is true that there are some things, you know, to get the authentic look, there were some things that I installed that I actually probably wouldn't want to keep. For example, I should actually probably... The logging out was a bad idea. Logging out has messed with my ability to control the VM, unfortunately. So I'm actually just going to restart real quick. If I can. Maybe I can't. Maybe it won't let me. Uh-oh. Used to use Presto. Interesting. Was that a proprietary one? I don't think I've heard of that. I know of Gecko and WebKit, obviously. Fuck it, I'll just reset it. Whatever. Oh man, that's not what you want to see. Okay, now we're good. For example, I don't love hidden like icons. I feel like even on Windows, I would always set it so that all the icons would display. I'm just an everything out person. You know, I want my fucking text to show up on the goddamn taskbar, and I want all my icons to be visible. I don't want to be like, did I open this? Is that open? And then have to open up a fucking box to find out. I just want to see it. So I'd probably remove that. Also, you know, Windows 7 is a very like light theme thing, so there's a chance at some point I'll get tired of it and I'll just want to switch it back to dark mode. Transparency on the taskbar is muddy. Huh. I mean, it is kind of transparent. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. Like, all the colors are pink as well. I'm not sure what if there's something I can do about that. Like in the screenshots, they were all pink as well. Have you ever used a tiling manager? I have. I trial run it for like a day or two, and I found I think I like tiling managers on a single screen, like a laptop. I could see the benefit there, but on a desktop with like multiple monitors, I found I was frequently getting confused with like, oh, I want to open Discord. Which monitor did I leave that on, and which screen of which desktop of which monitor did I leave that on? And I was having a lot of trouble with that. So eventually I switched back, but yeah. But on a single screen thing, I tile things all the time on KDE. So like, even just earlier, I was like, I had, you know, the folders over here and the web browser over here. I do stuff like this all the time. So I'm always tiling stuff. So in theory, I like the idea of tiling window managers. But in practice, I found it hard to know. Hard to remember, because I have a lot of windows open on my computer. I found it hard to remember which monitor and which desktop each window was on. But if I was on a single monitor system, I feel like that would be easy. I get that, and also tiling Windows managers can mess with games when they expect a specific window size from Xseries. That's true as well. Yeah, but in the theory I like, because once again, I'm constantly fucking tiling shit. Like, this is just how I use my computer now. But I think the tiling window managers I tried were a little bit too like a little bit too severe for me, I guess. Anyway, I think I might call that a stream. I might head off. This was fun though. I'm glad we got to make Linux look like Windows 7. Again, I don't know how long I'll keep it for. It's fun and it's nice and it's like reminds me of better times. But there are things that I'd want back the way they were. Like I'd like a dark theme again. I'd probably want to turn this off. The start button, even though it's classic Windows, is like kind of a waste of time, a waste of space for me, because I just use this to launch my apps. Yeah, so I won't. This probably won't be permanent. I'll probably switch it back to being like more Linux-like eventually. Or again, what I like about Linux, especially Arch, is that you can kind of set it up exactly how you want it to be. And now having like made it more Windows-like, it is now no longer exactly what I wanted it to be. So I'll probably switch some stuff back. But I mean, this is fun for now and for like a little bit of novelty. Next stream, uninstalling this for 5 hours. Yeah, maybe. What am I having for dinner? Probably pretty boring. Just cook some chicken and rice for myself and some vegetables. No, it won't be a stir fry. I'll just have some vegetables and season some chimkin and serve it with rice. So yeah, healthy. That's the idea. So that's what I'm going for. Anyway, let's see if there's anything. Some Matthew KFC. Yes, if KFC meant just chicken that was just lightly seasoned and not fried at all. All right, let's see. Yeah, see if there's anyone I can raid you guys off to. I don't want to just raid Fluffy over and over, but he's like, he's always streaming when I stop streaming. But I feel like if I keep doing it, he's just gonna be like, I get it, you know, you don't have to keep doing that. I might just finish. I might just end and say goodbye. Goodbye.